ground ball up the left side. Pass, rolling. One will score. It's in the gap. It gets by the outfielders. Jordheim goes back. Two will score. Here's a throw down to third. Not in time as Welsh.
Ivy throws it back in. We'll see if the relay comes home. It does not. It's an RBI single.
Called strike three.
Halsted Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
And welcome to the 2023 North Dakota Scheels All-Star Softball Series here on yourliveevent.com. I'm Chase Miller alongside Josh Boyko, and joining us as well is Joey Hughes behind the scenes. As we go back to the all-time series here, this started in 2017. No series in 2020 due to COVID, but able to go through 2021, 22, and 2023. Since COVID, it's been all West that has won this series. As you go back to the last time the East won, that was in 2019 with an 11-6 win from Bismarck. But since then, the West has won 6 consecutive games, and last year the West had a couple of Division I talented athletes as well, and this year no exception. There is college level talent for both the West and the East. And congratulations goes out as well to both the Beulah Miners topping the tops and Tommy in Class B for their first state championship in program history. We'll see a couple of those minor players here on the softball diamond, and congrats goes out to Dickinson for a 2-1 win over the Minot High Magi. I'm Chase Miller alongside again Josh Boyko. He'll be having some of the conversations with interview players for Game 1 and Game 2 of our doubleheader. And a reminder, our coverage is tomorrow as well on your live event from Bismarck with the Scheels All-Star competition and then the final game of the 3-game set. Josh Boyko down there on the ground level. Josh, it's been muggy on the eastern half of the state throughout the weekend. Fingers crossed these pop-up showers stay away from where we are right now, but it's in the high 80s, a little muggy. What's the playing conditions look like down there, Josh?
Yeah, going back to last weekend, we had that Class A state tournament going on, had some rain delays of a significant time there. Hopefully none of that coming our way today. We got some clouds down here, mostly overcast, but sun peeking through behind the third base side. Good playing conditions, though, even though it's, like you said, high 80s down here. Just a slight breeze, so ball should be carrying on this hot and muggy day out here in Fargo. And
as we'll get to the starting lineups here in a moment, the West All-Stars currently comprised with both teams have 13 total players, 26 total on the team, and we're going to see players that are going to college everywhere from Florida to Arizona, whether they're playing collegiately or not. Jada Nelson from Valley City going to Eastern Florida State. From Beulah, Taylor Christensen from Glen Ullin, part of that Beulah co-op. She's heading to South Mountain Community College in Arizona, and she was the Class B Senior Athlete of the Year. Emma Johnson that we're going to see on the Eastern All-Stars for the West Fargo Packers. She was the EDC Senior Athlete of the Year. Katie Falk from Jamestown was the all-time Class A Senior Athlete of the Year in 2023. That does it for this portion of our pregame segment. Make sure you stay tuned, as what we'll have coming up throughout our broadcasts again are a whole full of information brought to you in part by the Hillsborough Economic Development Commission. With player interviews throughout, we'll have our Bank North in-game update, get to our Arctic Enterprises feature precision player of the game, and we're going to highlight these student athletes on a muggy day at West Fargo Cheyenne High School. 205 across left, right, and center, and thanks to Mark Woodbury, who was here early on the day getting this field ready for this contest. Quick break, starting lineups next on yourliveevent.com.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us, and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at RDK Enterprises, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
Dirt turning, hearts pumping, motors roaring. It's nonstop racing action Thursday nights at the Norman County Raceway and Friday nights at the Red River Valley Speedway. Featuring the fastest drivers around. Don't miss a lap. Fuel burning, dirt turning all summer long. For more information, visit ncraceway.com and redrivervalleyspeedway.com. The action never stops. Thursday night racing at the Norman County Raceway and Friday night racing at the Red River Valley Speedway.
Dakota Heritage Bank, serving you with 10 locations across North Dakota and northwestern Minnesota, has a strong background in ag and business lending, but they can also help with auto, recreational, personal, or home loans, including home equity lines of credit. Dakota Heritage Bank is a family-owned community bank where decisions are made locally. Our friendly staff greets you with a smile, takes the time to get to know you, and can help you with your banking needs. Visit us online, dhbanknd.com. Dakota Heritage Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
As we continue here on our pregame report, as we have our two cameras set up both from the press box here at West Fargo Cheyenne High School. I'd like to thank also behind the scenes Brandon and Mark for helping us from Halstead Telephone Company, getting this set and getting this broadcast on the air. They were here earlier this morning figuring out all the little technical stuff behind the scenes. Also to Logan Minthune here for giving us the opportunity to test some lines, and Tim Howe again putting on a really good performance here. The one thing about this softball all-star series in 2008-2009 is when it finally got sanctioned in North Dakota. 2012 is when it became sanctioned for just Class B, so it's a fairly new sport, all things considered. The only thing that you can really equate it to is the girls wrestling now in North Dakota that is sanctioned, and how has that kind of ballooned throughout the time. And also trap shooting is a very big thing now in North Dakota as well. So some of the things that we're starting to see a little bit as the umpires are going to make their way to the field. The West All-Stars, they're going to be up the first base dugout in their blue tops, while for the East All-Stars, they're going to be up the third base dugout in their red tops. And then once we get to Bismarck tomorrow, the West team will be the home team, while East will be the visiting team tomorrow. Three-man umpiring crew here from West Fargo Cheyenne High School, and how this field looks. Down the left field line will be going directly north. Down the right field line will be going directly east. So for the fans, they won't have to worry about the sun, but the players will have to worry about the sun a little bit later on. The head coaches and part of the coaching lineup here on the eastern side of the state, Michael Finch from Fargo Shanley and Anthony Meyer from Northern Cass, while for the West All-Stars, Kyle Christensen, less than 48 hours removed from his State B softball championship for the Beulah Miners. Alongside with him is Katie Colzer-Yetterbo, and she's coming out here as well from Washburn Center Stanton. So that's a little bit of the particulars here as these two teams are giving their lineup cards across the way. And they will mix and match a little bit for 3 games. Everyone's going to get an opportunity to play or be coming off the bench as well. We'll take a quick break. When we come back after this, starting lineups are around the corner. But before then, Josh Boyko, let's get to your keys to the game to put you on a spot here during an all-star game. We like to put this and have a lot of fun here, obviously, on the broadcast. The same that we'll see throughout the day as these teams, for some of them, 48 hours removed from either playing in Minot or Fargo for their respective softball tournaments. Josh, at an all-star game, what do you hope to see as a fan? What do you hope to see as a broadcaster as you kind of come into this one here on this Monday afternoon?
Well, just because this is an all-star game, they might not be playing for keeps here. There still is records going on. There still is records to be had and a lot of fun to be had. So, I mean, we're going to look for a lot of fun softball to be played here today with a lot of great athletes out here. And, I mean, key number one, I mean, as cliche it sounds, got to have some fun. This is a great day to have some softball fun during the summer. But, yeah, we got elite talent here on both sides. It's going to be tough to pick a side who's coming out on top.
As we'll take a quick break when we come back, starting lineups in the first pitch around the corner here from Cheyenne on YourLiveEvent.com.
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you want in a hometown. Business opportunities, great jobs, and a top-notch school. Shovel-ready lots for your next idea. Great jobs in manufacturing, healthcare, and agriculture. An excellent education for your kids with small class sizes and lots of school spirit. Plus easy access to I-29 and the conveniences of North Dakota's largest cities. Build your future in Hillsborough and see why there's more at 104.
R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is hiring a full-time play-by-play sports announcer and broadcast sales representative. Duties include selling advertising time for radio, digital, video streaming, and regional cable TV. Play-by-play responsibilities include live play-by-play of local sporting events for radio, video streaming, and regional cable TV broadcasts. Wage plus talent and commission pay structure with full-time benefits package offered. For more information or to apply, email apply@rjbroadcasting.com. That's apply@rjbroadcasting.com.
As we get ready here for the West All-Stars and the East All-Stars getting introduced here on your liveevent.com, as some of the bios that are coming through, we will give you that information throughout that comes along here. As for the West All-Stars, you're going to have Gabby Bird from Bismarck Century. She's heading to UND. You also have Taylor Christensen from Glen Ellen, part of that Beulah Minor State Softball Championship, the Class B Senior Athlete of the Year. Megan Weisbeck from Bismarck Legacy. She's heading to University of North Dakota coming up in the fall. From Turtle Lake Mercer is Daisy Sparrow. She's heading to BSC in Bismarck as she will play softball for the Mystics. Olivia Pesa from Velva, part of that Velva Drake Adamus. She's making her way to Mayville, alongside with Kaylin Buckmeyer from Des Lacs Burlington. The Lakers gave the Beulah Miners a scare in that quarterfinals and almost upset them. Hey, Kaylin Buckmeyer, she's going to business admin and also a minor in pre-law at NDSU. Brooklyn Selzer from Velva going to my alma mater and Josh's soon-to-be alma mater, Minnesota State University of Moorhead from Velva. Caitlin Dannenfelser here from Shiloh Christian, as she's representing, and she's heading to play collegiately at North Dakota State. Delaney Tween from Botno, she's going to Dakota College at Botno for elementary education. Bailey Berg from Dickinson, she's staying home in the Queen City to play at Dickinson State. Ellie Broughton from West Hope, part of that Renville County squad, and a Miss Basketball finalist going to Valley City State University for collegiate basketball. You have Kirsten Gallo from Minot High, going to play at Scottsdale Community College coming up. And then also Brecken Bieber from Beulah. She's heading to North Dakota State College of Science, and she will play softball as well. That is your West All-Stars again, as you have Katie Colzer-Yetterbo and Kyle Christensen as the head coaches. Also, speaking of NDSCS, congratulations on winning a JUCO National Championship in softball. Jana Nelson from the Highline City of Valley City. She's going to Eastern Florida State coming up in the fall. Avery Moore from Fargo Davie. She's going to play softball at Iowa Central Community College. Tori Richter from Castleton. She'll make her way to play collegiately at Mayville State and will play in next week's Optimus Volleyball Series as well. Mara Lick from West Fargo High. She's making her way to Minnesota Duluth for English and writing. Emma Johnson from West Fargo. Emma Johnson is going to college for nursing. Anna McGough from West Fargo Cheyenne. She's going to Mayville State University to continue her softball career. Grace Undum from Valley City High School. She's staying home to go to Valley City State University and going to be an athletic trainer is what she's studying for. Serena Closey from Hillsborough Central Valley. She's going to NDSCS for pharmacy technician. Elizabeth Newell from Grand Forks Red River. She's going to NDSU for radiologic sciences. Zana Lucian from Fargo Oak Grove, part of that Fargo Shanley team. She's going to Carthage College in Wisconsin coming up. Katie Sinner from Central Cass going to Bismarck State College for softball and nursing. Kyra Narum from West Fargo Cheyenne. She's going to St. Olaf College to continue to play softball as well. And Olivia Dick from Thompson. She's going to UND for collegiate softball in Grand Forks. As you have in this one, with Michael Finch and Anthony Meyer here for your umpiring, for your head coaches here in this one. That does it for our starting lineups. First pitch is coming up around the corner next here on your liveevent.com. The Hillsborough Central Valley School Districts are proud of the borough's accomplishments from music to the classroom and on the field of play. The boroughs are proud to see pitcher Serena Closey representing the HCV School District during the Scheels Softball All-Star Series and the borough's run to the State Class B Softball Tournament in Minot. Congratulations to head coach Corey Erickson, his staff, and the players on a tremendous season. Everyone have a safe and fun summer from the Hillsborough Central Valley School Districts.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at bloomfieldtrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsboro.
Honesty, loyalty, integrity. At Bank North, we've remained true to these values for generations. They shape the way we do business, work with customers, and support our communities. We've been here for more than a century, helping people grow farms and businesses, finance homes, and pursue their dreams. It's values-based banking, and it's all about working together to strengthen the common threads that bind us together. Bank North, always true.
There's more at 104. Hillsboro, North Dakota has everything you need on your next road trip. Food, fuel, fun, and family-friendly activities. Stop by and fill up your tank or grab a bite to eat. Have a blast at Goose River Golf Club, the swimming pool, or one of our beautiful parks. There's even ice skating and cross-country skiing. Take in the sights or stay the night so you don't miss a thing. Experience Hillsboro and see why there's more at 104.
Well, we got our two cameras set up, our center field cam, our press box cam. I'm Chase Miller, he's Joey Hughes, and also Josh Boyko. We're going to run him ragged around to get interviews for you here on YourLiveEvent.com, but we mean that in a nice way about running ragged. It is the 2023 North Dakota Scheels Softball All-Star Series dating back to 2017. Some of the players that you had: Jada Haugen from Valley City, Molly Bone from Northern Cass. Also on the West team, Jamie Borda from Bismarck High. You also had part of the squads and Megan Fields from Bismarck Legacy, and we'll kind of give you some of the names that have made their way through this particular All-Star Series here on YourLiveEvent.com. The East looking to win the very first time in 6 consecutive tries. The West has won it since COVID, so we'll see what happens coming up here in this one. As the West and the East All-Stars will get things underway. For the West All-Stars, Taylor Christensen bats leadoff here, and a defending now champ for the for the Beulah Milers. First pitch underway. That's going to be at 4:32 as we get this one going here from West Fargo Sheyenne. Christensen takes a strike on a McGough in the circle here for the East All-Stars. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That'll run out of the zone. Now it's 1-1. So Christensen, Caitlin Dannenfelser here, the catcher from Bismarck High, batting second. Daisy Sparrow batting third for the West All-Stars. Here's the 1-1 offering for McGough. This will run inside, foul up the third base line for a strike. Bailey Berg, the third baseman, batting cleanup from Dickinson off of a state championship team. Gabby Bird from Bismarck Century batting fifth. Ellie Broughton, part of Renville County's squad that took fifth at State B. She is batting sixth and at the shortstop position. Here's the 1-2 pitch. This is going to be hit high in the air. That's to left field as this one will go, and that's going to be over the left fielder's head. And Undum rounding second on her way to third. Here comes Christensen showing off the speed as she's going to be in there with a 3-bagger. Undum had to play the wind a little bit here, and as she had to play the wind, just lost it for a moment, as that's going to be a triple here for Christensen. Olivia Payson, the designated player from Velva Drake Animus. Brecklin Bieber from Beulah, the right fielder. Megan Weisbeck, the first baseman from Legacy, as McGough looks in. First pitch swinging, popped up. Richter going to be difficult play. The center fielder will drop off her glove, and Nelson in center field, and coming in to score from third is going to be Christensen. 1-0 early in favor of the West All-Stars. Difficult play there by Nelson as she had to battle the wind a little bit that's blowing right to left on a lazy fly ball, but she gave it all that she had. It will be a single here for Caitlin.
Yeah, tough backhanded stab right there from Nelson out in center field. Nearly got that sinking liner, but it falls out of her glove, 1-0.
First pitch on the way here. That'll miss for a ball to Daisy Sparrow from part of that Central McLean team that made it to state. Here's the 1-0 pitch from McGough. This will be hit on the ground center there at third. They'll get the lead runner to Richter. A little squirrel to squirrel, Central Cass to Central Cass, center to Richter there. 5-4 on the putout, and there's one down. Sparrow reaches on a fielder's choice .54, and Bailey Berg, the third baseman from Dickinson. Josh, we saw a couple of fly balls already for the outfielders having to contend with the wind and the sun. What is it like down there from your advantage point on field level?
Yeah, the breeze has picked up a little bit since we went live here, and now playing a factor on those fly balls. A little bit of less carry and a little bit of a wind towards left field now.
The 0-1 pitch going to miss out of the zone at 1-1. Undum in left, Nelson in center. With more from Fargo, Davey saw the head coach, Matt Veit, here in attendance, as she's going to be playing right field. The 1-1 offering on the way for McGough here with the runner at first and Sparrow. Nice pitch on the outer part. Had some spin on that one. Now 1-2. Center at third. Lucian at short with Richter at second. Newly at first base of Red River's third place team. And Lick from West Fargo behind the plates. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the way from Autumn with 1 out. This one will miss out of the zone, but we see here a lot of rotation and spin, and that's the cool thing once you get to this part, especially once you get to state, and also you get to see these All-Stars. A lot of different pitches. It can be a heavy thrown ball as well. The 2-2. That's going to be jammed pop-up, and we'll see who's going to call for it. Lucian goes into left field. The left fielder comes in there, and Undum unable to track it down, rounding third on her way to second. Is Sparrow going to be an errant throw, and everybody moves up 2 bases. So Berg is able to get to second. Sparrow goes first to third here. They'll give it a base knock, and this is one of the things you come from playing your regular season, and now you have a new teammate, and you're used to saying, okay, Josh, you call it, Chase, you got it, but now all of a sudden you just have to talk a little bit more, Josh, on these lazy fly balls.
Yeah, playing with people that are not former teammates for the most part, so communication is key, and we've already seen that play out in the first couple of bats.
So 0-1 on the way for McGough here as she looks in, and the pitch to Bird. Hits the outside part of the plate now, 0-2.
McGough has looked good so far. Not a ton of hard contact, but just finding a hole here and there.
And she is part of this West Fargo Cheyenne softball program that was able to make it to state as well this season, finishing 5th place, defeating Jamestown up on the north end of Fargo, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Fortunately for the baseball and softball tournaments this past weekend, they had turf to utilize some rain and lightning delays to get through some action. 1-2 pitch runs in at the knee. It'll now be 2 balls and 2 strikes. We see a lot of spin rate. You've heard that used a lot in baseball, and we're seeing it here on the softball diamond as well. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out on the way to Gabby Bird on her Thunder Seat scoreboard. Swung on and miss, and there's a strikeout. That'll be out number 2. First strikeout here for McGough with runners at third and second in Sparrow and Berg as Ellie Broughton from Renville County, the shortstop, and quick as lightning as well around the base pass. This one will miss up in the zone, now 1-0. 1 ball, no strikes. Upcoming here with 2 outs. McGough trying to minimize the damage to 1 here for the East All-Stars. This is hit right back up the middle for a high single. Sparrow comes in to score. Here comes the throw by Nelson. Cut off there. It's a 2 RBI single for Ellie Broughton, and the West All-Stars lead at 3-0. So Sparrow comes in, Berg comes in, and Broughton, Josh, goes right up the middle for a nice piece of hitting.
Yeah, exactly. You said nice piece of hitting right back where it came from, straight up the middle, and scoring 2 into that center field gap.
This is going to be hit on the ground. A pass center and pass Lucian here. It's another single on the way. This by Pesa, the designated player. Then an errant throw is going to allow her to get to third as she's going to round third there, and going to second will be Pesa. So it will be a single, and then with the throwing error will allow the runners, particularly in Olivia, to move to second base. Broughton now goes to third.
Now batting for the West, number 30, Brecken Bieber.
As Bieber here, the right fielder from the Beulah Miners, will be digging in, and the West has a chance to put up a big crooked number here in the top of the first inning. Excuse me, check swing on the way. Now it's 0-1. Bieber, part of this Beulah Miners team that won the state softball title out at the South Hill Complex in Fargo. In Minot. This one swung on and missed. Now 0-2.
Good change of location right there. Fastball at the knees, and then rising up to the letters for strike 2 on the swing and a miss.
Here's the 0-2 offering from Autumn, looking for a second strikeout. That'll be out of the zone now. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The cool thing is in softball, too, depending on the years and depending on how April wants to be softball friendly or not, this year it was not in the greater upper Midwest. You get a chance to maybe have Class A versus Class B matchups as this is the second strikeout for McGough. But the damage is done. There were 3 runs, 5 hits, 1 error, and 2 runners left on base. After a half inning complete on our Thunder Seat scoreboard, it's the West 3, the East All-Stars coming to bat on yourliveevent.com.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at bloomfieldtrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
Take your softball or baseball skills to the next level with personalized instruction from the professional staff at the Ball Yard. Their mission is to provide area players, young and old, the opportunity to improve their skills in a professional level facility and to provide a high level of instruction to youth players to help them achieve their goals at the Ball Yard. Come and visit the one place in the Fargo-Moorhead area where it's always summer. For more information, go online to fmballyard.com. That's fmballyard.com.
And as we get to some of our interviews coming up here, we'll get to those after the first inning as we'll allow these teams to kind of circle in a little bit. But also like to thank Thunder Seed, providing our scoreboard sponsor. Thunder Seed first in the field with 4 generations, 3 farm families, and 1 strong seed development company. Your farm is always first with Thunder Seed. Give them a call today as you see it right there at 218-422-9011. To the bottom of the first inning we go. The East All-Stars with Jana Nelson from Valley City, Autumn McGough and Katie Sinner batting the top of the lineup here. Elizabeth Newley from Red River batting cleanup. Mara Lick batting 5th. Azana Lucian batting 6th. Avery Moore from Davies batting 7th. Tori Richter 8th. And Grace Undum is batting 9th. So a pair of highliners to bookend it here against Kirsten Galloway. This will be missing for a ball, now 1-0. Here's the 1-0 offering on the way. That'll also miss the zone. Now 2 balls and no strikes. Bird in left field, Christensen in center, and Bieber in right for the West All-Stars. We'll get to the infield after this pitch. The 2-0 in there for a strike taken on the way with Jada Nelson at 2-1. Berg is at third base, Broughton at short, Sparrow at second, Weisbeck at first, and Dannenfelser is behind the plate. Here's the 2-1 offering. Good location, nice spot. Now it's 2-2. So Kirsten Galloway from Minot High going to Scottsdale Community College. Coming up as this one will miss the zone at 3-2 Minot High. A lot of people had them pegged as the favorites in Class A, and they made it to that state championship before Dickinson High, a really good game, 2-1. Came out on top. Here's the 3-2. Swung on and missed for the strikeout, and Galloway gets her first punch out of the afternoon.
Really good location, that entire at-bat, and tried to get a nibble here and there, worked the count full, but when she needed it, got right to the corner back for the strikeout.
Josh, would you rather go up against a softball pitcher or a baseball pitcher if you had a chance to swing the bat 5 times?
Oh, man. I mean, based on velocity, baseball sounds a little bit tougher, but this is no slouch of velocity right here. We're seeing this ball zip by, and it's closer to you, so coming in fast.
Yeah, that rise ball and the drop ball, I just don't want anything to worry about. Here's the pitcher-pitcher matchup. McGough hits one deep down the line to left, but it's hooking foul. That'll be 1-1. 2:05 around the horn here at West Fargo Cheyenne. About 6-foot-high softball walls. Last year, specifically in Bismarck, I remember the ball really jumping out of the park a couple of times with some monster home runs, as we will get through some of the individual records here for the All-Star Series throughout today and tomorrow. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That'll miss out of the zone at 2-1 to McGough. As Taya from Dickinson last year hit 3 home runs in the softball series before heading to UND. Here's the 2-1 pitch, jammed it and running in, and that'll go foul here. One thing about Cheyenne, a very spacious ball diamond. Behind us is the baseball field, and then you have about 5, maybe even 6 places to warm up down the left field line for pitchers. There's one bullpen down the right field line. So if you want to work on pitching, come to West Fargo Sheyenne High School. They got you covered. Here's the pitch. Check swing. She went, but they're going to have to throw it down to first. And there's the out just in time. Yes, it is. So a strikeout number 2 will be 2-3 on the putout as McGough is retired for the second out. Now Katie Sinner will step up to the plate.
Now batting the third baseman.
Sinner, an awfully good wrestler as well for the Central Cass Squirrels, on the very first individual sanctioned title 2 years ago, then able to get back and finish as an All-Stater this past year as well for Central Cass, but also someone who, if you talk with her, she will say how wrestling has helped you out also in the game of softball. And Josh, we hear that a lot, where another sport can help you in sport A into sport B, and obviously working with your hands, utilizing your lower body in wrestling can definitely help you out here with those hips coming through the zone in softball as well, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of multi-sport athletes out here that can say that they've got other sports helping them practice the one they're playing right now. Athletic stance is usually about the same in almost every sport.
As this one will miss in the zone at 1-1 strike. It's the 2023 North Dakota Scheels Softball All-Star Series here on YourLiveEvent.com. If you missed any of our coverage from last year, you can do so by going to our website or our YouTube page, checking out what happened there. Here's the 1-2 strike count last year in Central Cass on the eastern side of the state. As we head back to Bismarck coming up tomorrow for our coverage. That'll be from the Sanford Sports Complex in Bismarck, right by Bismarck Legacy High School. Galloway looking for another strikeout. Check swing. Did she go through the zone? Yes, she did. And that'll be a strikeout out the side here for Kirsten Galloway. 3 up, 3 down on our Thunder Seat scoreboard. Coming up next is top of the second on YourLiveEvent.com.
Do you want that new boat? Are you building onto your home? Maybe you want the new camper or ATV. Dakota Heritage Bank can help you. This is Dustin Nagel, president at Dakota Heritage Bank Hillsborough location. You can visit with me or our other loan officers to help with loans and lines of credit from Dakota Heritage Bank. We are serving you with locations in North Dakota and Northwest Minnesota. Dakota Heritage Bank offers financial services you expect with a local perspective. dhbanknd.com. Dakota Heritage Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
As we come back here, we'll have the ability today and tomorrow to hear from some of the softball players on YourLiveEvent.com. Standing by with Emma Johnson, that is our own Josh Boyko. And a reminder, player interviews are brought to you in part by your friends at the Hillsborough Economic Development Commission. Josh, let's take it away.
Yeah, here with Emma Johnson, and talk about this atmosphere that we've got going here on All-Star Day.
It's good. I mean, it's getting to know new girls and hang out with them, and yeah.
And you said getting to know some new teammates here. These aren't people you've played with, usually rivals until now. What's it like getting to know some of your former rivals?
I mean, it's weird. They're so much different than I thought they would actually be. They're so much nicer. I mean, yeah.
Friendly competition bringing us here together today. And now talk about some of the plans you've got going forward, talking about college and the future after softball here.
I'm not sure what I'm going to do next year. I'm still thinking about it.
Short and sweet, but thank you for talking to us here, and we'll go back up to you, Chase.
Thank you very much, Josh. Yeah, Emma Johnson, dynamite pitcher for that West Fargo Packers softball team, the EDC Senior Athlete of the Year. 1-2 strikes on the way to Bismarck Legacy's Megan Weisbeck here. Here's the pitch by McGough. Swung on and miss, and there's a strikeout. McGough with their second straight strikeout, her third of the contest, and there's one down now here in the top of the second inning. Again, we'll have these player interviews brought to you in part by our friends at Hillsborough Economic Development Commission. There's more at Exit 104. Go to hillsboroughnd.com. One down, first pitch swinging. Here's one that goes right between the wickets of Lucian. It took a two-hopper there, and on that hop, Lucian thought it was going to pop up a little bit more than what it did, and that'll be the second error here on the East All-Stars. Runner at first base now. As Dannenfelser here from Bismarck High makes her way back in to the batter's box here. She was able to deliver an RBI her first time up. This one in there for a strike at 0-1. Nice looking crowd that's starting to file its way in here to West Fargo Cheyenne High School for this softball all-star series. The 0-1 pitch upcoming here to Caitlin as Autumn looks in. This going to be hit high down the left field line. Undum gives chase, and that one will go foul. But what we've seen so far is the ball kind of jump a little bit here, particularly down that left field line with the breeze pushing it from that right to left field foul pole.
Yeah, if you look out to the American flag in right center field, you will see that every once in a while the breeze is carrying that ball out towards the left field line. We've seen a few balls hit out there so far.
Christensen stands at first. Here's the 0-2 offering from McGough in the circle. Oh, that one going to be fouled back as Christensen went off. A little bit of a off-speed pitch there by Caitlin. Maybe just left it a little bit up than what she would like with Lick behind the plate. Opportunity, and the one thing you heard from Emma Johnson, which I think is so true at times, is, learning different people. As the 0-2 pitch is going to be hit, and that's roped to left field, and it's a single here as Christensen scampers her way to second, and Caitlin gets her second base hit of the contest as Daisy Sparrow will come up to the plate, the second baseman here. But going back to what Emma Johnson said, you look at someone that you're maybe rivals with or someone that you played against, and you might not like them as much because they beat you or they're tough out. Then all of a sudden you start talking with them and you start noticing some similarities. That's what these All-Star games are a little bit about, having chances, Josh, to get to meet new people. And for some of these players, future teammates, mind you, going into the fall for collegiate softball.
Yeah, some of these girls will be teaming up come collegiate softball time. And you get to join up with some former rivals, and it's an interesting dynamic going from foe back to friend in that scenario.
2 balls, no strikes here to Sparrow as McGough is behind the count. Here's the 2-0 offering. Foul back to the netting here at 2-1. West Fargo Cheyenne High School, the host of the eastern side here, the Mustangs. Crazy to think that Cheyenne High School has been around now, not just for 1 or 2 years, but it's been about a decade in some capacity that they have nearly been a varsity program, as this will be in there for a strike at 2-2. Their baseball team able to defeat the Fargo North Spartans just across the way. Their football team with Coach Jeremy Newton is having success. Been to Dakota Bowls, winning a state title. His wife Leah Newton on volleyballs. Here's a strikeout for the 4th strikeout for McGough, and Sparrow is retired. Leah Newton's West Fargo Cheyenne softball team won after midnight at the Bismarck Event Center for their first title in program history. I know that's past Josh and Mai's bedtime. As Bailey Berg will be batting cleanup here from Dickinson. First pitch swinging, hit in the air. We'll see if Nelson can fight off the sun. She does to retire the side. There were no runs on 1 hit and error and 2 runners left on base. 2.5 complete on our Thunder Seed scoreboard. The East All-Stars are coming to the plate.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
Well, a good pitching performance by Galloway in the first inning. We'll see if she can do that as well after striking out the side. But we have an opportunity one more time to continue to hear from some of these players as we'll roll on through for our interviews here on YourLiveEvent.com. Our interviews are brought to you in part by Hillsborough Economic Development Commission. Joining us now from the west is Josh Boyko as he's made the way to the dugout on the western side here. Josh?
I'm joined here by Berkeley Selsler, and talk to us a little bit about the atmosphere and dynamic of All-Star Day.
Well, we all came in not really knowing many people. Some of us knew a few, but we kind of quickly became friends and are having fun together.
Emma Johnson kind of echoed the same thing on the east side. And what is it like getting to know some new faces that were former opponents?
It's fun. It's different playing with people you've formerly played against, but it's fun.
And talk to us about some of the upcoming plans for your fall.
I'm heading to Moorhead for speech pathology. I'm not playing softball.
Hey, it's a cool place to be. Go Dragons. Back up to you, Chase.
Thank you very much, Josh. Again, part of that we heard right there, and as Josh would say, go Dragons, a fellow MSUMer. Talking with Miss Berkeley Selzer from Velva, as she mentioned, going to MSUM to pursue a degree in speech pathology. Elizabeth Newley here will be coming up to the plate, and she takes a ball on the outer side. Now 1-0. Those interviews again brought to you in part by Hillsborough Economic Development Commission. Small town with big opportunities. Go to growhillsboroND.com. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That'll be out of the zone, missing at 2-0. As the East All-Stars are looking for their first base knock here against Galloway. Here's the 2-0 pitch, righty-righty matchup to a Red River team who made their way all the way to the EDC championship game, then taking third in the Class A softball state tournament, defeating Bismarck Century 5-2. As Grand Forks Red River, they got some players yet to come. Ella Spidell was just a freshman this year, and she was an awfully good pitcher in the circle. The 2-1 pitch, that'll run in for a ball now at 3-1. Mara Lick from West Fargo due up next, and Azana Lucian from Fargo Sheyenne softball program. She'll be batting sixth. 3-0 on our Thunder Seeds scoreboard here in the second inning. That'll be in there for a strike. A normal 7-inning game is what we have on tap for today and later tonight. And then we'll have one 7-inning game upcoming tomorrow. But before then, we'll have the skills competition as well on yourliveevent.com. The 3-2, that'll be a strike 3, and that's 4 consecutive strikeouts here for Galloway. That was a really good location, a really nice spot on the way. Josh, I know you're kind of making your way back and forth between dugouts there, but so far, what have you seen from Galloway in the circle that's making it tough on these East All-Stars?
Yeah, she's living right at the knees right there on that 3-2 pitch. If she can locate that pitch and keep getting that call, it's going to be very tough for the East hitters to get to that ball.
And that's going to be a single right up the middle. Mara Lick wakes back on that one. Sparrow gave it a chance to see if she could get her glove on it. Instead, it'll be a one-out single here for the East All-Stars. Azana Lucian from Fargo Oak Grove, but plays at Fargo Sheyenne as part of that co-op. She's going to Carthage College in the fall in Kenosha, Wisconsin, I believe, is where that one's at. Here's the pitch on the way to Lucian. Swung on and missed, now 0-1. The West All-Stars and the East All-Stars here on yourliveevent.com. As we'll have the same a week from now, part of the volleyball series that'll be in Fargo and Bismarck. This one going to be swung on and missed. Now it's going to be 0-2. Something curious later on in July, the basketball All-Star Series, the last year of Class A versus Class B before 3 classes. That's been the hot button topic in North Dakota, 3 classes, but for how many sports? As here's another strikeout for Galloway. She's up to 5 now, and she's got all the outs in the circle. Avery Moore from Fargo Davies will dig in. Here's the pitch. It'll be at the knee, as Josh said, living right at the corners, and she hits her spot yet again. There's the 0-1 pitch upcoming to Avery Moore. Going to be hit on the ground, but right back to the pitcher. Fields her position. Galloway to Weisbeck, 1-3 on the putout. And that retires the East All-Stars on our Thunder Seat scoreboard. No runs on a hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. 2 complete. The West All-Stars lead at 3-0.
Located on the beautiful Goose River in Hillsborough, the Goose River Golf Club offers both recreational and experienced golfers a great round. It's a 9-hole course open to the public, located right off exit 104 on I-29. The Goose River Golf Club in Hillsborough offers annual memberships for singles and families, also college memberships, first-time memberships, and outside 30-mile radius of Hillsborough membership available as well. Men's Day is Wednesday, Ladies' Day is Tuesday. You can learn more about getting on the Goose River Golf Club, gooserivergolfclub.com.
The Hillsborough Central Valley Booster Club would like to congratulate Serena Closey on being nominated to the Scheels Softball All-Star Series. And congratulations to Coach Corey Erickson and the entire HCV Burroughs softball team on their run to the State Class B softball tournament. The Hillsborough Central Valley Booster Club is made up of parents and fans and community members who work together to build team and community spirit and are proud of the Burroughs' accomplishments throughout the school year.
Top of the third inning we go. Coming up, we'll get to our Bank North in-game update here in a moment. But first, let's get to the West All-Stars. Bird, Broughton, and Pesa here, 5, 6, and 7 batters in the lineup. First pitch, swinging, it's hit in the air. That's to left. Undum comes on, able to make it. 1 pitch, 1 out to the left fielder. Ellie Broughton will be due up next. Josh, what have you liked from the West All-Stars so far? It seems like they've been able to put the ball in play a good chunk here, as we'll have a new batter coming up to the plate here for the West All-Stars. As this would be Berkeley Selzer, who Josh just spoke to just moments ago.
Yeah, the West has been doing a nice job. They're pulling the ball to that left field side, and they're putting good contact on it, getting some liftoff, and eventually we might see one of those balls go out.
And that's going to be the key. We were looking earlier, as we said, we'll mention some of the series records all time, the most strikeouts, and we'll see if Galloway can continue to do what she's doing. But Teresa Kleinert from Kinder Richland in 2018 recorded 12. She's nearly halfway there through 2 innings. First pitch swinging is going to be fouled back by Selzer. Now it's going to be 0-1. This is something in these games with about 3 or 4 reserves. You're going to have opportunities to bring someone in throughout the contest here. The 0-1. That's going to be hit down the left field line, and that wind, again, continues to push it foul. A couple of them where if you just straighten it out just a hair, if you hit it to left center, it might go to left. We hope you don't hit it to left center because that's where the camera's at, and we like to keep that insured. No balls, 2 strikes. Selzer with McGough here in the circle. McGough so far has got 2 1/3 with 4 strikeouts and 6 hits against. Going to be hit on the ground, and, well, good job up the line here by the West All-Stars, and Kyle Christensen fielding his spot, as we'll have it again at 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. Selzer behind the count. The 0-2 offering, this one will be at the knee, missing on the inner part of the plate. Now it's 1-2. After this batter, we'll get to our Bank North in-game update coming up here on yourliveevent.com. Here's the 0-2 offering. Swung on and missed, and there's a strikeout, number 5, as Olivia Pesa comes up. Bank North in-game update, all the runs back in the top of the first inning as Caitlin Denon
Now batting number 9.
Felser was able to get an RBI single, which plated Christensen, and then a couple batters later, Ellie Broughton with a base knock hit right back up the middle, as this foul ball nearly maybe got to our camera if it doesn't hit the top of the netting. Ellie Broughton with a 2 RBI single right up the middle that plated Berg and Sparrow. That is our Bank North in-game update. Bank North offers the perfect sync for your busy life with their online banking and mobile app. You can take them wherever you want to go. Proud member of their communities. And also go to ibanknorth.com to find a branch and a location near you. So Olivia Pesa behind the count. No balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs here. And the 0-2 offering by McGough. Foul back again, and we'll keep it at 0-2. So for the West All-Stars right now, 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors. The East All-Stars, no runs, 1 hit, and 2 errors. The 0-2 pitch going to be hit in the air to left center field, and that one might split the gap, and it does. Nelson able to cut it off. Here's the throw back in, but it's going to be a stand-up double for Olivia Pesa. So Pesa with the double. That's her second base knock of the game. A single and a double, and that brings up Brecken Bieber. Josh, a really nice swing that we saw on the way, as we'll have a pinch hitter, coming up to the plate.
Yeah, that swing was really good. The head stayed down right to the ball right there. Quick hands, split the left center field gap, and that's extra bases all day.
So Pesa will stand at second as Delaney Tweed from Botno will dig in.
Delaney Tweed.
Tweed heading to Dakota College at Botno for elementary education, and then she hopes to go from there to Minot State University to complete her degree. Here's the pitch. That'll be in there for a strike. Good spot. Now we're starting to see McGough here, Josh, since that first inning, I think, settled down in the second and the third here in the circle.
Yeah, I mean, in the first inning, her offerings weren't getting hit all that hard, but they were just finding some really good spots. She's looked really good in the second and now the third, too.
Now it's 0-2 as Tweed swung on and missed. For the East All-Stars, Richter, Undum, and Nelson, 8, 9, and 1 batters due up. For the East All-Stars wearing their red tops, the West out in their blue. The 0-2 going to be laced, and look out. Whew. Weisbeck had to really turn and burn there up the line as she has a smile on, and also it looks to be all right. And as I think we'll have another pinch hitter coming up here if Tweed can get aboard. This one will be swung on and missed, and McGough gets her 6th strikeout. There were no runs off of a 2-out double, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. 2.5 complete on our Thunder Seat scoreboard. It's 3-0, the West All-Stars.
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you want in a hometown. Business opportunities, great jobs, and a top-notch school. Shovel-ready lots for your next idea. Great jobs in manufacturing, healthcare, and agriculture. An excellent education for your kids with small class sizes and lots of school spirit. Plus easy access to I-29 and the conveniences of North Dakota's largest cities. Build your future in Hillsborough and see why there's more at 104.
Dirt turning, hearts pumping, motors roaring. It's nonstop racing action Thursday nights at the Norman County Raceway and Friday nights at the Red River Valley Speedway. Featuring the fastest drivers around. Don't miss a lap. Fuel burning, dirt turning all summer long. For more information, visit ncraceway.com and redrivervalleyspeedway.com. The action never stops. Thursday night racing at the Norman County Raceway and Friday night racing at the Red River Valley Speedway.
As we'll have some defensive changes here for the West All-Stars. Still behind the plate is going to be Denenfelser. Christensen goes from center to short. Bird is going to be in center field now. As, again, during these All-Star games, they'll continue to allow other players to come on and get some reps here. Berg is going to be at third base. Weisbeck at first for the infield as Tori Richter steps up to the plate. And you have Miss Kirsten Galloway in the circle.
Leading off the bottom of the third for the East.
For the East All-Stars, it's about putting the ball in play. They've only done it twice so far through 7 batters against Galloway. The pitch. Richter sees this one up and in. She was the Region 1 Senior Athlete of the Year in Class B. Tori Richter heading to Mayville State to play collegiate volleyball coming up here in the fall. The 1-0 offering. That'll miss outside at 2-0. Richter also part of the volleyball team, part of the state basketball championship team as well for the girls. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That'll be hit on the ground to the third baseman. That'll be a tough bounce by Berg. Throws it across the diamond in time. Oh, what a nice stretch by Weisbeck there. 5-3 on the putout.
That's a great scoop at first base. Not a tough one to make. Kind of an in-between hop, but Weisbeck makes it look really easy on that force out at first.
I was just going to say, Josh, as much as, Berg had to play that last hop that came in there, that was a really nice stretch at first base by Weisbeck to get a speedy Richter running down that line. As this will run in on Grace Undum, but be in there for a strike. As Grace did not like that one coming in her hands. For the Valley City Highlanders softball program here, the 0-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Now will be 0-2. Then back to the top of the lineup the second time around here for the East All-Stars. It's a best-of-3 game series as they alternate between sites or the west and eastern side of the state every year. This is going to be another strikeout. Galloway retires it 2-3. Denenfelser to Weisbeck there for another punch-out. So the first time through the lineup, there's 6 strikeouts so far here for Galloway. And Josh, our Arctic Enterprises feature precision play of the game might be the strikeout if she continues to do this and get to double digits potentially.
Yeah, we could be looking at some record-breaking stuff here if she continues with the way of the K throughout the rest of the day.
Jaden Nelson says, look out. As that one comes up and in, that'll miss for a ball at 1-0. If I was a batter even in Major League Baseball, that face mask, you think of Kyle Farmer from the Minnesota Twins just a couple of weeks ago. Don't see it happen all the time, but when you do, That just makes you think of, again, you want to go up against a pitcher that can have a riser that runs in softball or a fastball at 90-95 in Major League, as this one will miss out of the zone at 3-0. Just the second 3-ball count here for Galloway in the circle in this one. The 3-0 pitch in there for a strike. Part of the Minot Majets softball team. Everybody was talking about them throughout the year, saying they are awfully good as advertised when you see the box scores. A 3-1 pitch. That'll be in there for a strike at the knee. And to Josh's point, what he said earlier, she's been locating, and that's a pitch that you don't want to swing at if you're Nelson. There's the 3-2 offering on the way. That'll miss low. It'll be a walk in the first free pass here for Galloway, as the East All-Stars will see if they can get something brewing now with 2 down. Anna McGough struck out her last time up. As Autumn digs in here. A big opportunity in right center field right now, as you have the right fielder playing nearly right down the right field line. The same for the left fielder. The center fielder and Birds just a couple of shades over into left center field. This one will miss for a ball to McGough, who struck out, with a runner at first base now again in Nelson. The 1-0 offering on the way. Check swing. Here's the throw down. Nelson has to get back, as Weisbeck does a good job grabbing that one, but I like what Sparrow did in that situation. You know, you're going to help in relief or help on the backside if that gets past the first baseman, as she was coming across for the shortstop, and Christensen covering, or make that, Christensen now covering second base. This is popped up and hit in the air. We'll see if Berg can camp underneath it. She does. Takes a couple steps to retire the side here in the 3rd inning. It was a 2-out walk that goes awry. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on our Thunder Seat scoreboard. 3 complete. It's 3-0 West All-Stars. As we continue with some of our interviews here from the dugout, making his way to the eastern dugout is our own Josh Boyko. Josh, take it away.
I've got Kyra Narum here with me from the east dugout. And Kyra, tell me what it's been like with this All-Star day so far.
It's been pretty fun. You know, we've been together pretty much the whole day now, so we got together at noon and ate some lunch, played some cornhole. Cornhole champion here. But that was pretty fun, and we were watching college softball too, and it was kind of fun to just be around everybody and get to know everybody, and kind of weird, kind of like Emma was saying earlier, being around your rivals and getting to know them and being friends, becoming friends with them. So yeah.
Let's hear a little bit about this cornhole tournament that we got going on here today.
Okay, so yeah, we had a cornhole tournament, and it was basically every East player is paired with a West player, and you know, me and my partner, Brecken Beaver, we came through and went undefeated, won the tournament.
Fun times. Talk a little bit about this upcoming fall and the plans that you've got going on here.
Yeah, so next fall I plan to attend St. Olaf College, and I plan to major in nursing. I'm really excited. I think it's going to be a great time. I really love the coaches and the rest of the team, so I think it's the perfect place for me.
Awesome. And what's it been like getting to know some of the players that you were foes at first with and now joining up with as teammates?
Yeah, like I said, it's been kind of weird, you know, being around these people, and normally you see them kind of as your rivals or whatever, and you're just like trying to get them out or trying to get hits off of them, and now coming together and having to play together, it's a little bit of a weird feeling, but it's really fun.
Who's been the biggest and funnest personality to get to know so far this today?
I would say Probably Serena. She was a lot of fun during the cornhole tournament as well, talking a lot of trash, you know. And she's been pretty loud in the dugout during warm-ups. She's a really fun person to be around.
And talk about some of your favorite high school memories that you had on the softball diamond.
Oh gosh, I would say just honestly being around my team. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to be around a great team, and we have a great team chemistry and team atmosphere. So I think that's been really fun, just being competitive with them. And then, of course, winning the EDC championship last year was a huge moment, huge memory for me and my entire team as well. So.
You talked about winning the EDC championship. What was some of the things you guys went through and part of the most fun part of the journey to get to that EDC championship?
Yeah, so we, the whole season, we kind of didn't even, last year, our season, we didn't even kind of realize it, but got towards the end of the season, and we're like, oh, we're undefeated in the EDC, and got to the EDC tournament, and knew it was going to be tough competition. Played West Fargo in the championship last year, and we knew it was going to be a tough game. But yeah, we competed as hard as we could, and we came out on top. And this year we had some tough games with them as well, and won a few times, lost a few times, but they're always a fun team to play. So.
Hey, thank you for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you on the diamond here today. Thank you. Back to you, Chase.
Thank you very much, Josh. Again, with us there from the East All-Stars was Kyra Narum, as this is going to be a high fly ball hit to left. Undum comes in, and that's a tidy inning here for McGough in the circle for the East All-Stars. What happened, you had coming up to the plate for the West All-Stars with a pinch hitter in Kalen Bachmeyer, drew a walk, did Bachmeyer, then a pop-out by Taylor Christensen, a pop-out by Caitlin Dannenfelser, and then a fly out to left here to retire their side. On our Thunder Seat scoreboard, it's 4-0 West All-Stars on your liveevent.com.
Keep your job site stocked with reliable service from Prairie Supply Inc., the contractor's headquarters. Our team specializes in everything concrete. That means hand tools and equipment, rebar of all shapes and sizes, concrete forming packages and ICFs, decorative concrete materials like color, stain, sealers, and coatings. And let's not forget our impressive fleet of winter construction equipment to keep the concrete flowing all year round. If you've got concrete questions, we've got concrete answers at Prairie Supply Inc., the contractor's headquarters.
R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is hiring a full-time play-by-play sports announcer and broadcast sales representative. Duties include selling advertising time for radio, digital, video streaming, and regional cable TV. Play-by-play responsibilities include live play-by-play of local sporting events for radio, video streaming, and regional cable TV broadcasts. Wage plus talent and commission pay structure with full-time benefits package offered. For more information or to apply, email apply@rjbroadcasting.com. That's apply@rjbroadcasting.com.
As we go from the West All-Stars to the East All-Stars batting, Katie Sinner batting leadoff here, but Josh Boyko has found another All-Star player, this time in the West dugout. Josh, take it away, brought to you in part by our friends at the Hillsborough Economic Development Committee.
All right, I'm here with Brecken Bieber in the West dugout, and Brecken, talk to me a little bit about getting to know some of these newfound friends you've got.
They're honestly great. Like, I was a little nervous coming into this tournament, game, whatever, but they're honestly all cool, so yeah.
And talk about the atmosphere around these games, not worth any points in standings or anything, but what is it like just getting to play some softball for fun here this summer?
It's fun getting to meet all these new girls and see what they've done throughout their season, so yeah.
And talk to us a little bit about some of the best high school softball memories that you had throughout your years.
Probably playing in the Class A tournament. We got to play some really good teams with them, and yeah.
What is it about playing some of those really good teams that just fuels you to be at your best?
It gives us better competition, and we can know that we can compete with those girls. So being able to play with them now kind of helps out.
Was there anyone in specific you were looking forward to teaming up with or facing?
Probably Kirsten and Ellie Bratton.
And as we wrap this up here, fly ball to left field, that left center field, that ball is caught in the gap.
Talk to us about some of the plans you have coming up for college in the fall. I I'm heading to Wapaton to play softball there, and I'm excited. So they just won the national tournament, so I'm excited to see what their program's all about.
And we'll be excited to see you out there and here today. Thanks for joining us. Back to you, Chase.
Thank you very much, Josh, with that one. Again, there is now 2 down here after a Katie center fly out to left and a newly fly out to left center field as that one went all the way to the warning track and caught on by Bird by the center fielder. 1-0 is the pitch now to Mara Lick, the catcher for the West Fargo Packers. And she will now take a 2-0 count. She's got the only single so far here for the East All-Stars, the only hit against Kirsten Galloway in the circle here for the West. 2 balls, no strikes. The pitch, I'll run in, nearly hit her, now 3-0. After this game, about 25 minutes or so in between to get you ready for game number 2, 25 minutes to a half hour. This one going to be foul back. Now it's going to be 3-1. They do have lights here at West Fargo Cheyenne, something at NDSU they didn't have, and they had to move that West Fargo Bismarck Century game due to rain, due to lightning back, and just kind of ran out of daylight before the quarterfinals were wrapped up on Friday morning of last week, or this past weekend. This will go all the way to the backstop on a walk. The second free pass by Galloway in the circle, and now the East All-Stars have a runner at first base. As Zanalushin struck out her last time up, will be stepping in as Lick makes her way to first. Here's the pitch on the way, as this one will miss for a ball. It's now 1-0. For some of the players, they're out in their uniform attire. Others maybe bring on the red socks or the blue socks or something a little bit different to try to match their particular uniform for this Eastern All-Star game. Kind of reminds you of high school football, where you see the variety of helmets, the different colors out there, the different signatures that you have for logos. Here's the 1-1 pitch. He swung on and missed. Now 1-2. Kirsten so far with 6 strikeouts in this one. She struck out the sign in the first, 2 down in the second, 1 in the third, and she's looking for another strikeout here in the 4th inning. The 1-2. Swung on and missed, and she has it for strikeout number 7. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. This game is moving along here from West Fargo Cheyenne. We've had 4 completes on our Thunder Seat scoreboard. It's 3-0 West on yourliveevent.com.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us, and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at RDK Enterprises, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you need on your next road trip. Food, fuel, fun, and family-friendly activities. Stop by and fill up your tank or grab a bite to eat. Have a blast at Goose River Golf Club, the swimming pool, or one of our beautiful parks. There's even ice skating and cross-country skiing. Take in the sights or stay the night so you don't miss a thing. Experience Hillsborough and see why there's more at 104.
Dakota Heritage Bank is a bank on the go and on the grow, with locations in Hunter, Hope, Galesburg, Hillsborough, Grandin, Gackle, Streeter, Judd, Harvey, Medina, and Red Lake Falls. More locations and more services. Dakota Heritage Bank offers mobile banking and online banking with bill pay, so you can bank anytime, anywhere. Stop in and visit Dakota Heritage Bank today. Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. dhbanknd.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
So Serena Closey will be in the circle now for the Hillsborough Central Valley Burros, part of that HCV squad that was make their way all the way to the state tournament. Newly still at first base. Olivia Dick now is going to play at short. Center at third with Richter at second, and behind the plate is Lucian. Left field is McGough now. Here the pitcher will be in left. You have Nelson in center, and more still from Fargo Davies in right. This pitch comes in, and that'll be a ball on the way to Miss Bailey Berg. It's now 1-0. So Berg and Bird is the word, and then Broughton So if your name starts with a B, you're coming up here in the 5th inning, or at least scheduled for the West All-Stars. This one will miss down low, now 2-0. Serena Closey had a sensational game against Central Cass a week and a half ago in Kindred. Or now it's actually a little bit over that to get HCV to the state softball tournament. 2-0 pitch will miss slow. Their head coach, Corey Erickson, was named Coach of the Year in Class B, and also with that win over the Squirrels was their first time the Burros ever beat Central Cass in softball to get to state. 3-0 pitch will miss. Now it's going to be a walk. And the cool thing about beating the Squirrels in that one for the Burros as well is they were able to make it to Minot. As you have now Gabby Bird, who's 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a fly out to left her last time up in the 3rd inning. Closey looks in. This one will be for a strike. Goes off the glove of Lucian on the pass ball to allow Berg to scamper down to second base. Now be 0-1. Josh, what's the one thing you enjoy most about talking with some of these athletes so far? As we've heard from about 4 of these athletes so far in our interviews, as this one misses low for a ball.
Probably just their joyfulness to be here right now. They are enjoying this moment and getting to know all these new people, whether it's a weird feeling or they're enjoying it. They're all enjoying it in some different way, shape, or form, and they're just grateful to be here and have this all-star title to their name.
Good-looking pitch by Closey now at 1-2. Yeah, that's definitely part of it, the relationships that you'll build here. And as we heard from Narum earlier, she can talk trash. They were the Beanbag Tournament champs. Is this going to be a lazy pop-up? Tori Richter calls everybody off there at second for the out for the first out of the inning as Ellie Broughton now will dig in. Mentioning that annual cornhole tournament, Kyra Narum from West Fargo Cheyenne, and then Brecken Bieber of the Beulah Miners taking home the title. As coming up to the plate here, and then runner at second base.
Batting for the West and re-entering number 21.
Is going to be Broughton. And then Berg is at second base here with one down. Still to come, we'll get to our Arctic Enterprises feature precision play of the contest. And right now, it might be the strikeouts again that we've seen here in the circle. McGough, 6 strikeouts, 1 walk, 3 runs against. She had in this game 7 hits against as well, and 4 innings of work as there was a double, single, and single in the first, a single in the second, and there was a double back in the 3rd inning. Here's the pitch. That'll be hit on the ground right to center. Looks back the runner who's going to go and scamper down. And nice play, though, center to Newley there, 5-3, but good base running by Berg as there's now 2 down. Productive out on the way for the West All-Stars. Again, 7 innings of softball, and a game that started back at 4:32 is now 55 minutes old. Olivia Pesa goes up against Closey. That'll be in there for a strike, now 0-1. It's Class B's Burros against the Class B's Aggies of Velvet Drake Animus. Pesa with a single and a double so far today. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That's going to be a one-hopper. Oh, what a play by Dick there at shortstop, making her way on the left-hand side and throws a bullet to Newley to retire the side. 6-3 on the putout. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. We're going into the bottom of the 5th inning. It's the West All-Stars up 3-0.
Thunder Seed has over 4 generations of experience in the field. Through innovation, technology, and hard work, we put farmers first by providing high-quality products. We pride ourselves on developing quality soybean, corn, wheat, and corn silage seed for dealers and growers across our region. We are invested in being your partner throughout the full cycle of your harvest. Thunder Seed, first in the field, family-owned, and farmers first.
Let's get real. Get ready for a place that's big enough to grow and small enough to care. The University of Minnesota Crookston offers more than 35 majors, minors, and certificates. Earn a University of Minnesota degree, where you can make a difference in a close-knit community. Faculty become friends, and friends feel like family. You don't need a big city, just big dreams. The University of Minnesota Crookston. Real, hands-on, and will get you ready for anything.
Bottom of the 5th inning, Bird is now going to go to left field here for the West All-Stars. Christensen goes back to center, and Bieber's in right. As you have Bachmeyer at first base. Sparrow is going to be, let's see who's going to be at second base here, as it looks to be Berg on the way. We'll have to get to that. And Berg's going to be at third, excuse me. Broughton goes back to shortstop. Here's the pitch. I don't miss out of the zone, as still pitching is Kirsten Galloway, 1-0. Avery Moore, Richter, and Undum do up here. 7, 8, 9 batters for the East. Looking to put some hits together against Galloway in the circle. And this is going to be a lazy fly ball to center. Christensen comes on and does a good job making the play, as there's going to be one down.
Now batting number 3, Tori Richter.
As Richter will dig in now. Richter 0 for 1 with a ground out to third, her last time up on our Thunder Seat scoreboard. Here's the pitch. First pitch swinging, swung on and missed. Now it's 0-1. The goal of Thunder Seed is to maximize your profits with high-quality seed growth through innovation, technologies, and hard work. Call Thunder Seed today at 218-422-9011, as you see on our screen. Here's the 0-1. Richter swung on and missed. Now 0-2. So far, Galloway, a strikeout in every inning here for the West All-Stars. The 0-2 pitch will come in, just miss at the knee. Now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Sometimes you come through and you'll have games that are a hit parade for teams. Others, it's a good old-fashioned pitcher's duel, and outside of the top of the first inning, both have been dominated by the particular pitcher in the circle. As Richter is quick on that one, as he'll foul all the way back, as we'll keep it at 0-2. Going through some of these series in terms of who has the most wins, most losses all time, and also some of the all-time putouts, as this is going to be hit up the left field line foul at 1-2. From Fargo Sheyenne, most hits in the series, Gabby Nelson was 7. She also had 2 triples back in 2019. Kennedy Kuntz from Dickinson with the most runs batted in with 8. That was also in 2019. So run in to Richter, now 2-2 as the Clouds continue to make their way through, and a breeze that's going right to left here at West Fargo Cheyenne High School. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out here. Righty-righty matchup, Galloway and Richter. The pitch. Going to be smashed down the line to left. Bird is on the line as she makes it in fair territory for the out. Hard hit there by Richter, but really good jump by Bird to get out number 2.
We saw her hook a couple of those balls down the left field line, and a couple of them had some good distance, including that last one, but a nice play in the left field corner for out number 2.
As the East All-Stars now sending up to the plates. The pitch. Going to be Narum here, so Narum of West Fargo Cheyenne getting an opportunity to come in and try to get a base knock here. Here's the pitch on the way from Galloway. That'll run up. Now 2-0. Galloway, though, so far she has been right on the money, as you would expect from a Minot High Magi player here this season. You can see why they won so many games in Class A, particularly out in the West. Also, it was good of Minot to have that particular Minot State Dome to get a ton of games in. Back in April, they were able to play about 10 games before you even were into the month of May, where most of the state was lucky to maybe play 1 or 2, as that's going to be a 4-pitch walk on the way for Narum. Third walk of the contest, 7 strikeouts, 3 walks, just 1 hit against. As now it's going to be Emma Johnson will dig in here, the EDC Senior Athlete of the Year. Johnson also a really good pitcher in the circle. As coming out and talking it over is going to be Kyle Christensen with his squad, as they will come out making sure they got everything taken care of, and probably just giving her Galloway a little bit of a breather here I'm talking about what Emma Johnson can do at the plate here for the West Fargo Packers. Josh, you had an opportunity to talk with Emma Johnson earlier. I know she said she's undecided about what she wants to do, but I'll tell you this much. If she wants to play softball, someone's going to get a really good softball player moving forward.
Yeah, looking to see what kind of power we see. As I thought we saw her name on that home runs list in one of these All-Star Skills competitions, perhaps.
As Narum will be at first base here with 2 down. Here's the pitch to Johnson. That'll be out of the zone. Miss for a ball. Now 1-0. To what Josh was saying earlier, we'll get some of these All-Star festivities tomorrow. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Good. Pulling the string there was Galloway. Now 1-1. Home run derby. We'll see Berg, Sparrow, Dannenfelser, and Galloway upcoming from the west. Emma Johnson, right on cue, Josh, will be from the east, with Sinner, Moore, and Newley coming up tomorrow in Bismarck. We'll see if Johnson can show some of that power here. 2 balls, 1 strike, inner count on the way from Galloway to Johnson. Swung on, outer port, now 2-2 as that ball just kind of tailed away from Johnson at the last second. Galloway looking for punch-out number 8 here. That'll be out of the zone. Now work the count full to 3-2. So the leadoff batter for the East All-Stars and Jada Nelson worked the count full twice. Struck out, then there was a walk. Here's the 3-2 offering. That'll miss outside, and Johnson earns back-to-back walks. So walk number 4 here in the East All-Stars have the tying run by the name of Serena Closey at the plate.
Now batting number 17.
We heard from the dugout that she's got a big personality. We need a big hit right here. See if we can tie this ball game up.
Right now, Galloway, couple of walks. The pitch will run in, and that'll be a strike. Now 0-1. Closey came on for McGough for an inning of work so far in the circle. That's the opportunity here when you get to look at these rosters that come out as voted on by the coaches. The 0-1 pitch is foul back now at 0-2, and that's the cool thing I think about this, Josh. You voted on by your peers, if you will, with other coaches, giving some honors, and these seniors that have worked within their respective programs to get one more tip of the cap. The 0-2 pitch is going to be popped up, and we'll see if a fan can make a play, as that is just a loud ringing strike. And so far, depending on how the softball comes, our cameraman Joey Hughes might need to bring a glove to protect our camera. That's the main thing here. That's his job, to protect the camera. No balls, 2 strikes, Josh. Well, hopefully you don't have to protect anybody down there.
I was on the move, though. I was on the move towards that bleacher.
The 0-2 pitch, and there's a strikeout as the wind is starting to howl through and make its way into our crowd mic to retire the side. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. Galloway with 8 punch-outs now in the circle on our Thunder Seat scoreboard on your liveevent.com.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us, and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at RDK Enterprises, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
As we come back now, 3-0, the West All-Stars over the East All-Stars. Let's toss it with Josh Boyko, part of our Hillsborough Economic Development Committee. Player profiles here for an interview on the first base dugout.
I got Grace Undum down here on the east side dugout from Valley City, and talk to me about how you're enjoying the experience down here so far.
Oh, I absolutely love it. All of the girls are so fun to be around, and like getting to know everyone is a lot of fun.
Who's been some of the most fun to get to know on this east side dugout?
Probably Emma, because I always was scared of like her pitching and stuff, but she's just the sweetest girl I've ever met.
And you talked about getting to know some people that you are out there facing, and I mean you're up against her pitching, and now you're teammates with her. And what has it been like being teammates with some former foes?
It's definitely an experience because like I was always so scared and thinking that they were the meanest people ever, but they're actually so nice.
Yeah, it's good to see the other side of some people that haven't gotten to meet before. Talk to us about some of your best experiences out of Valley City.
Well, this is my senior year, and it was just like very difficult to kind of like get back into things and like being thrown out there and coming back from like injuries and all of that, but I don't really know.
And what has been the most fun experience and part of today?
Just kind of seeing how everyone can like come together and be a team, even though we didn't like be a team throughout the whole season.
And lastly, talk to us about some college plans and future stuff coming up for you.
So I'm going to VCSU, and I'm going to major in exercise science, and my goal is to become an athletic trainer.
Good aspirations, good goals, and we look forward to seeing you more out here on the diamond. Thank you for joining us. Back to you, Chase.
Thank you so much, Josh. Again from Valley City, Grace Undum talking to our own Josh Boyko there in the dugout. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Our player interviews throughout this Shield Softball All-Star Series are brought to you in part by our fine folks at the Hillsborough Economic Development Committee. Experience Hillsborough. There's more at exit 104. 2-2 pitch on the way to Bieber, and there's a strikeout. Closey gets her first strikeout in relief, and there's 1 down. So 1 down now is stepping up to the plate is going to be Megan Weisbeck. 0 for 1 with a strikeout her last time up back in the 2nd inning, as the winds are continuing to howl a little bit more throughout the day. Nothing like the EDC softball tournament, though, that we had a couple of weeks ago, but they're starting to get up there a little bit throughout the late afternoon. Here's the pitch on the way. Little miss for a ball. Now 0-1 on the way. Make it 1-1 here to Weisbeck from Bismarck Legacy High School. And as we mentioned with West Fargo Cheyenne, crazy to think that Legacy now, it's not just 2 or 3 years they've been around. It's been a little while as some high school fans are making their way up to left center field and being part of the bleachers out there. That's a great spot, by the way, for a softball game. You can see right over, just kind of hang out. A 2-1 pitch. It'll be in there for a strike at 2-2. Make sure you stay tuned to our post-game show where we'll get to our Arctic Enterprises feature precision play of the contest. Also from there, we'll hear from a victorious player and more. That's all coming up here on our post-game show. Closey with the pitch. That'll miss, and that'll be a walk on the way to Weisbeck. So Closey will have her 2nd walk, as now it goes to Taylor Christensen here for the West All-Stars. Christensen, 1 of 3 with a triple and a run scored. And Josh, I don't know who you think might be a player of the game contestant or the play of the game, but obviously for what Kirsten Galloway has done so far, she has to be probably 1A at this particular spot.
Yeah, definitely with the pitching performance and the amount of strikeouts that she racked up through the early innings especially. I think she's our first candidate for potential player of the game if they come out on top.
1 ball and 1 strike here in the top of the 6th inning. West All-Stars, 3 runs, all back in the 1st. This one will miss. Now 2-1. Anna McGough, as we mentioned, 4 innings of work, 7 hits. 5 of those 7 hits came back in the 1st inning. With 3 runs, 6 strikeouts and a walk, as Christensen has to get out of the way. Now 3 balls, as this will come here to Christensen, as Closey right now looking to find that zone in the circle. Runner at first is Weisbeck. The pitch. That'll miss for a 5-pitch walk. So you have Weisbeck to 2nd, Christensen at 1st, and Dannenfelser will be coming up to the plate, who's 2 for 3 today with the first run of the contest, driven in back in the top of the 1st inning. This will miss for a ball at 1-0. 1 ball, no strikes on the way to Caitlin here. Righty-righty matchup. The pitch. That'll be in there at the knee for a strike at 1-1. Center at third base with Olivia Dick from Thompson at shortstop. At second is Richter with Newley at first and Lucian behind the plate. The 1-1 pitch. Going to be hitting the air up the first base line, and the wind will blow it back into the opportunity there for Newley, but she kind of got spun around right there, and it'll be a strike instead of an out. But that wind definitely pushed it back in to have an opportunity. If it wasn't any wind there, it might have went up the side where you got a couple of tents hanging out.
Yeah, the wind has definitely picked back up. I'm over here on the west side dugout, and you can feel that wind on your back right now. It is pushing that ball back towards in play to the left field side.
As that's going to be the second out of the inning here.
Number 8, Daisy.
As we had a strikeout with Bieber, now a strikeout with Caitlin, as Daisy Sparrow steps in 0 for 3 today with a run scored on a fielder's choice. This one will be in there for a strike at 0-1. The East All-Stars, when they come to the plates, they'll be down to their final couple of outs here, 6, but right now here in the top of the 6th inning, the West All-Stars looking for some insurance, but Closey with back-to-back really good pitches and locations. No balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs here in the top of the 6th inning. As Closey looks into Lucian behind the plate, and the 0-2. This is going to be hit right back up the middle. Here comes Nelson. Rounding third is going to be Weisbeck. The throw is going to be cut off by Closey. It's an RBI single on the way for Sparrow, and the West All-Stars now lead it 4-0. Christensen goes to second base, 4-0, and Josh, just really good piece of hitting there with 2 strikes.
Yeah, straight back up the middle. We saw a ball earlier, right back up where it came from, and right up the middle, there's a good gap over the second base bag. That's another run-plating single up the middle for the West.
On our Thunder Seats scoreboard, it's 4-0 now in favor of the West All-Stars. They've won 6 consecutive in this series. As this is going to be fouled back to Berg, it'll be 1 ball and 1 strike. Bailey so far with a double, a flyout, and a walk. That double, she did come in to score after that 2 RBI base knock from Broughton. Here's the 0-1. That'll miss for a ball. Now 2 balls. As for the East All-Stars, they'll be having the 3, 4, and 5 batters coming up to the plate in the 6th. As Closey handles the pitch. That'll miss outside. Runner at second is Christensen. Sparrow at first. Berg from Dickinson High School at the plate. And it's going to be 3 balls and 1 strike on the way here to Berg. The pitch. This is foul right back, and we'll make it 3-2. It's gotten a little bit darker out there too, Josh. We don't want to say the rain or anything, but have you felt a sprinkle or 2 down there?
I didn't want to be the bearer of bad news. I haven't felt anything down here yet, but towards behind our third base dugout here, there could be some ominous darker clouds moving our way with the wind picking up and the temperature dropping probably about 10 degrees since opening pitch.
As we have the bases loaded here with the 3rd walk of the inning, Gabby Bird will step in from Bismarck Century here. And a chance for the West All-Stars to break it open. And there's a high fly ball hit to left. Narum camps underneath it to retire the side. There was a run off of 1 hit, no errors, and 3 runners left on base. We played 5.5 on our Thunder Seats scoreboard as it's the East All-Stars coming to the plate, down by 6.
Dirt turning, hearts pumping, motors roaring. It's nonstop racing action Thursday nights at the Norman County Raceway and Friday nights at the Red River Valley Speedway. Featuring the fastest drivers around. Don't miss a lap. Fuel burning, dirt turning all summer long. For more information, visit ncraceway.com and redrivervalleyspeedway.com. The action never stops. Thursday night racing at the Norman County Raceway and Friday night racing at the Red River Valley Speedway.
Dakota Heritage Bank, serving you with 10 locations across North Dakota and northwestern Minnesota, has a strong background in ag and business lending, but they can also help with auto, recreational, personal, or home loans, including home equity lines of credit. Dakota Heritage Bank is a family-owned community bank where decisions are made locally. Our friendly staff greets you with a smile, takes the time to get to know you, and can help you with your banking needs. Visit us online, dhbanknd.com. Dakota Heritage Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
As we go now to the first base dugout with the West All-Stars is our very own Josh Boyko for another player interview here on YourLiveEvent.com.
I'm on the west side dugout here, joined by Kaylin Bachmeyer. And Kaylin, what is the most fun memory you've had at high school on the softball diamond so far?
On the diamonds, probably winning third place at state my sophomore year. We had a really close team that year, so that was probably my best memory.
Talk about how close you guys have been able to get in just a short time here on this all-star roster.
I think that the cornhole today really helped us bond, and we watched some of the Oklahoma-Sanford game, and that was really fun. So it helped us connect.
We've heard a couple of times about this cornhole tournament, and sounds like there was some trash talking, some fun being had on both sides of this cornhole tournament. So glad you guys were having some fun with that. And talk about how fun it's been getting to know some former opponents, now turned friends.
I think it's a really good experience to just play together. Like Ellie Broughton and I have played against each other for a really long time, and for us to be like making plays together and stuff is really cool. So, yeah.
We've heard Ellie's name brought up a couple of times about people wanting to get to play with her. What's it about Ellie that just wants to bring you guys together?
Well, she's just a really hard worker, and she's a fun girl to be around. Our teams during school are kind of rival teams, so to be playing on the same team now is just pretty cool.
And lastly, talk about some of the plans you've got coming up in the fall, college-wise or elsewise.
I'll be attending NDSU to major in business administration, so yeah.
We look forward to seeing you out on the diamond here some more as we've got the first out of the 7th. Thank you for joining us. Back to you, Chase.
Thank you very much, Josh. And well, all of a sudden here, there's one down as Katie Center flies out here. And as we mentioned, the East All-Stars are down to their final couple of outs. Our interviews are brought to you in part by the Hillsborough Economic Development Commission. There's a small town but a big opportunity. Go to growhillsboroND.com. That's growhillsboroND.com. This one with Christensen on the circle against Newly here. You have Pesa now in left. Bird is back in center. Bieber stands at right. Here's the 0-1. This is going to be hit to the aforementioned Bieber. An opportunity there. That's going to drop in for an opposite field single on the way for Newly. So a base knock as Christensen gives up her first hit of the game. And now for the East All-Stars, Olivia Dick will be stepping up to the plate as she's hitting for Mara Lick. Now Olivia will go up against Christensen here. They just played each other 48 hours ago in the championship game, where Christensen and the Bulow Miners were able to top the Thompson Tommies up in Minot. As Christensen looks at the wristband for the location and the pitch. That'll be in there for a strike. At third base is Berg. Broughton back at short. Sparrow at second. And you have Bachmeyer at first. That's going to be hit up the air down the left field line, but foul. So a couple strikes on the way here for Christensen against Olivia Dick. And she'll be trading in those Thompson Tommy green for the University of North Dakota green coming up in the fall. 0-2. That'll miss out of the zone at 1 and 2. She's heading to the University of North Dakota. We've seen a couple of UND softball players from last year and this year, part of the Scheels Softball All-Star Series, make their way to UND. Here's the 1-2. That'll run in at the hands. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes. One down here, and the East All-Stars had a chance last half inning, left 2 on. 2-2 out of the zone. That was nasty, and there's going to be a strikeout for Christensen. That had a lot of spin on that ball, as now coming up to the plate will be Lucian. 2 down here on our Thunder Seed scoreboard. The West All-Stars lead at 4-0 here over the East, as Christensen steps off the circle. Still to come again, Make sure you stay tuned to our post-game show, and then we'll have an abbreviated pregame for game number 2. This one going to be into the glove of Dan and Felser behind the plate now 0-1. One thing is the cloud covers came, but as the cloud covers came, the wind has picked up a little bit more here in the Fargo Metro, as this one will be fouled at 0-2. Nice looking ball diamond though. You see the football field across the way, Veterans Boulevard. You got the middle school up in left center as well. So you kind of have everything here from middle school to high school from an athletic point of view, but also from your classes here for West Fargo Cheyenne. Is this one foul back to the netting? And we'll keep it at 0-2. Lucian, pair of strikeouts so far today. Those against Galloway, though. As right now she will have to battle in the count against Christensen. Christensen looks in. That'll be out of the zone. Snow cone there by Dan Felser behind the plate now 1-2. For the West All-Stars, Broughton, Pesa, and Bieber. That's due up, but again, we've seen some different players enter the game and come in at different times, as this one will one-hop the catcher. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the Fargo Oak Grove / Fargo Shanley Deacon product. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and missed for the strikeout, and Christensen gets the final out and her second of the inning. No runs off of a hit. There were no errors and 1 runner left on base. 6 complete on our Thunder Seat scoreboard. It's 4-0 in favor of the West All-Stars.
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you want in a hometown. Business opportunities, great jobs, and a top-notch school. Shovel-ready lots for your next idea. Great jobs in manufacturing, healthcare, and agriculture. An excellent education for your kids with small class sizes and lots of school spirit. Plus easy access to I-29 and the conveniences of North Dakota's largest cities. Build your future in Hillsborough and see why there's more at 104.
R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is hiring a full-time play-by-play sports announcer and broadcast sales representative. Duties include selling advertising time for radio, digital, video streaming, and regional cable TV. Play-by-play responsibilities include live play-by-play of local sporting events for radio, video streaming, and regional cable TV broadcasts. Wage plus talent and commission pay structure with full-time benefits package offered. For more information or to apply, email apply@rjbroadcasting.com. That's apply@rjbroadcasting.com.
Top of the 7th inning we go. Let's take a look at the weather. Again, it was about 88 degrees when we started. It doesn't maybe feel as much as what it was before. There is some ominous clouds, as we mentioned, making their way through the greater Fargo-Moorhead metro area. Class A will say, yep, we realized what happened up at the state tournament in Fargo this weekend. Class B, same thing. They had a handful of rain showers that made their way through. There is some rain in the forecast just outside the metro. We hope that we don't have to worry about that here, as right now you see some of the players pointing towards the sky as we start seeing a little bit of orange, red, and green on the radar. That's kind of in between that Mapleton and West Fargo area. Closing on in the circle here for the Burros and the East All-Stars, as she will throw a strike on the way to Ellie Broughton. It's now 0-1. Ellie Broughton, part of that Renville County team that able to make it to the semifinals a season ago this past year, taking the consolation championship as the 2 seed, losing to the Thompson Tommies. This will be off the glove of Closey. Olivia Dick comes on and unable to get out the runner here in Ellie Broughton. Difficult play by the pitcher there in Closey. It just kind of snow-coned off of her glove here, as now you'll have Closey having to contend with a leadoff runner, as Olivia Pesa, a single and a double today here for the West All-Stars. She'll take inside for a ball. Top of the 7th inning here on YourLiveEvent.com. It's the 2023 North Dakota Scheels Softball All-Star Series. This is going to be hit on the ground, but backhanded there, and it'll be foul at 1-1. Josh, the cool thing, as we mentioned earlier, you have some players on the East All-Star team. Tori Richter heading to Mayville State for volleyball, but you have Autumn McGough going there for softball, as he won't be a fellow teammate, but as we've seen a couple of players make their way to play collegiate basketball. A ton of good athletes that we've seen, Josh, here so far today.
Yeah, got a lot of multi-sport athletes you see on our rosters here that they got other hobbies. We got wrestlers, we got basketball players, we got track stars. We got all kinds of different sports represented here in the softball game.
That's going to be popped up on the way by Pesa to the center fielder, Nelson. Here's the throw, and sliding in safely is Ellie Broughton. So she able to scamper to second and now able to get to third, trying to manufacture a run here, and a quality out by Pesa. Josh, really good job by Nelson on the throw, but Ellie Broughton showing the wheels there at second base.
Yeah, the ball had enough carry on it that Broughton was able to get all the way to third base there, despite the good throw in center field.
As Brecken Bieber will come on now. This one will miss for a ball at 1-0. Hillsborough Central Valley Burros and the Kindred Richland Vikings able to make their way to the state tournament out of Region 1 on the Class B side on the east. This one swung on and missed at 1-1. Kindred Richland only losing 2 seniors. They're probably on the eastern side. One of your teams are going to say, okay, you're in the top 3, top 4 of next season after finishing top 3 this year. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. This one will miss. Now 2-1 as they appeal. On the western side, Beulah, they're going to lose Christensen, but they bring back a really good core. 2 balls, 1 strike. Ginger Savacool still coming back for Renville County. She's going to be awfully good. 2-1 pitch. That'll miss. Now 3-1. You saw Central McLean able to make it. Velvet Drake Animus is another team that's had some really productive teams and seasons on the B side. The 3-1 pitch, as this one is going to be a strike. Now 3-2. So 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out with a runner at third and Broughton. Brecken Bieber 0 for 2 today with a pair of strikeouts, and Closey will love her 3rd strikeout here in the circle to get the 2nd out of the inning. And she will for the strikeout. 2 down now here on our Thunder Seat scoreboard as Megan Weisbeck will be coming up to the plate from Bismarck Legacy. Large run stands at third base here. This one swung on a miss, now 0-1. Weisbeck going to the University of North Dakota coming up here in the fall. The 0-1 pitch going to be fouled back to the netting, now 0-2. It's a large run just because the simple fact a grand slam can't tie you. Try to get it up there to 5 and add another run here against the East All-Stars, where Galloway and Christensen have put a goose egg on so far. Closey with the 0-2 pitch. Hit in the air, that's to left, and that's going to die in front of Narum in left field. It's a 2-out RBI single here for Weisbeck, and there's the insurance. It's now 5-0 West All-Stars.
Big-time insurance run. Weisbeck provides with the liner to left field. Good piece of hitting right there. Pulling it to that left field side, dies in front of Narum, and that's a good base hit to add the crucial run in the 7th.
As you will have now the run coming in by Ellie Broughton, 5-0, and a really good piece of hitting too, Josh, there by Weisbeck, as you mentioned.
And that tag up becomes all more important now. Might have still been able to score from second base, but definitely getting in from third.
Yeah, especially with the 2 out there hitting. It was on a line drive, and that's one where if it maybe hung up a little bit more narrow, maybe could have gave more of an effort, but she was going to make sure, play the ball in front of you. But now with Taylor Christensen at the plates, we'll see what she can do here against Closey in the circle. Going to go right back up, and a nice flash of the leather there by Closey. Closey on the reflex gets the out, but the West All-Stars able to score a run across on 2 hits. There was no errors and 1 runner left on base. We go to the bottom of the 7th. The East All-Stars down to their final 3 outs in game number 1 of our doubleheader on YourLiveEvent.com.
The Hillsborough Central Valley School Districts are proud of the borough's accomplishments from music to the classroom and on the field of play. The boroughs are proud to see pitcher Serena Closey representing the HCV School District during the Scheels Softball All-Star Series and the borough's run to the state Class B softball tournament in Minot. Congratulations to head coach Corey Erickson, his staff, and the players on a tremendous season. Everyone have a safe and fun summer from the Hillsborough Central Valley School Districts.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at bloomfieldtrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
Bottom of the 7th inning here on YourLiveEvent.com. The East All-Stars down to their final 3 outs with Moore, Richter, and also Grace Undum here against Christensen in the circle. It's now 1-0. Avery Moore from Fargo Davies High School. The pitch, that'll miss out of the zone, 2-0. Going to Iowa Central Community College to play collegiate softball. 2 balls, no strikes here with Christensen. The pitch, that'll miss. Now 3-0. So for the East All-Stars right now, it's all about base runners. How can you get base runners on, drive some batters in when you've only had 2 hits so far between Galloway and Christensen? Swung on and missed, got the green light on 3-0. It's now 3-1. Anthony Meyer of Northern Cass and Michael Finch of Shanley, the 2 coaches on the East All-Stars. Finch up the third base line, Meyer up the first base line. Here's the 3-1. Going to be hit on the ground, playable for the second baseman, Sparrow. Able to go across for the out 4-3, and there's 1 down.
Now batting number 3, Tori.
Weisbeck there at first base. And Josh, easy to play defense when your pitchers are throwing strikes and recording strikeouts. They got 10 combined so far here between Galloway and Christensen.
Yeah, much easier for defenders to stay engaged when they're active and called upon to make some plays.
Richter takes outside for a ball at 1-0. Torrey, a pitcher and a really good quality second baseman for Scott Costa's Central Cass Squirrels team over the last handful of seasons. Part of that state title runs that they had in 2021-22, unable to make it to state for the first time this season. But still a program that they don't rebuild, they just reload out in Castleton. Here's the 1-1. Good spot for Christensen. Now it's 1-2. As you can see, the center fielder Bird making her way a little bit into your living room up in the left center box with our outfield camera, kind of right around that scoreboard. The 1-2 pitch. Rise ball out of the zone, now 2-2. And the cool thing that you heard from some of these players watching the Women's College World Series that's going on in Oklahoma City, able to see what the next generation of softball players are able to do. The 2-2 pitch, now 3-2. Everybody up here talking about Abby Dukeshire, obviously from Kindred, who didn't ever play for Kindred Richland because she was always on a traveling club team, but now in Alabama. The 3-2 pitch, swung on and missed with a strikeout, and Christensen gets her 3rd strikeout in relief. 3 of the 5 batters that have been outs have been via the strikeout. Now it's Grace, as Narum will be up for the 2nd time here. She walked on 4 pitches her last time up for the West Fargo Cheyenne product. As this will be out of the zone of Denham-Felser, now will be 1-0. Down to their final out here are the East All-Stars. Coming up on our post-game show, final box score in this one. Recap the contest, how we got to this score. Also hear from a victorious player on the winning team. That's all coming up, as this will miss outside for a ball at 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes on the way here to Narum. Taking all the way now at 2-1. The East All-Stars left a runner on in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th. They left 2 on in the fifth. They have yet to have a runner stand at third base in this contest. The 2-1 pitch is going to be gapped to right center field on a good placement for Narum. Narum rounds first. She's on her way to second. She'll stand up there. It's a 2-out double here for Narum going the opposite field, and she's on for the second time today. So a base knock on the way here for Narum, and a really nice solid piece of hitting as well here for the East All-Stars.
Yeah, I found a spot in the opposite field gap. Really good swing right there. Ball on the outer third, and she took it to that opposite field gap as she should.
As the wind, Josh, as well, is starting to kind of not go more from right to left as it's kind of changed its way as Nelson hits one up the right field line foul. As it looks to my spot here, Josh, the wind is almost blowing out now to straightaway center field.
Yeah, that's correct. We do have that wind changing direction. It was pushing balls towards the left field side, now pushing out a little bit more towards the right center field gap.
Here's the 0-1 to Nelson. That'll be missing. Now it's going to be 1 ball and 1 strike. Jada Nelson 0 for 1 today with a strikeout and a walk from the Valley City Highlanders, part of 2 Highlanders on this East All-Star team, as you have Bird shading Nelson a little bit into right center field. So if she can pull a Narum and hit one to left center, she'll have some real estate to work with. Outer part, that'll miss 2-1, and Christensen might have not been ready for that to come back as quickly as it was. Taking the lead off a second there is Narum. Here's the 2-1 offering. That'll miss inside now at 3-1. So if you're the East All-Stars, all about moving the lineup, getting the next batter up, finding a way to get on base right now. Down to your final out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. From West Fargo Cheyenne High School, here's the 3-1 offering. This one hit on the ground, and that's going to be a base knock for Nelson into right. Rounding third on her way home is Undum, and the East All-Stars are on the board. It's now 5-1. Good base knock there by Nelson. Undum was off with 2 outs. A little bobble by Bieber in right won't matter. The run comes in to score, and Anna McGough will step up to the plate. It'll be Closey for the second time in McGough's spot. Closey is 0 for 1 today with a strikeout, but all of a sudden a Narum base knock, a Nelson base knock, and we'll see what Closey can do here against Christensen. The pitch going to be in there for a strike at 0-1. Against Christensen, the East All-Stars a single, double, and a single so far, and Christensen's got an inning and 2/3 of work. This will be hit on the ground. A 1 hopper goes to Berg across the diamond, and it's past the first baseman across the way in Weisbeck. And now all of a sudden you have runners at the corners, and the game-tying run stands at the on-deck circle here, Josh. That'll be an error on the way on the throw by Berg.
Yeah, Berg got rid of that ball quickly. Had a little bit more time than she thought, perhaps. Was trying to get this game over with. Now a little bit of interesting stuff going on as we got more runs coming to the plate, perhaps, trying to get this game back tied.
Center has an uppercut swing here, and with the wind, she will try to hit the jet stream if she can. Christensen misses outside. It's 1-0. Center 0 for 3 so far today, but a pair of flyouts, 1 to left and 1 to center. Runner at first is Closey. At third is Nelson, and the East is making it interesting here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. Center lays off that one at 2-0, and if Center can find a way to get on board, all of a sudden the tying run in Newly will step up. Christensen looks into her dugout with her head coach for the Beulah Miners and Kyle Christensen. 2-0 pitch. That'll be in there at the knee. Good location now, 2-1. The East All-Stars, this is the 6th batter to the plate in the inning. It's the most they've had in an inning against a West pitcher. A 2-1 pitch, and Center hits one in the air. That's going to be a lazy line drive for a base knock. It's a run batted in. Nelson comes in to score as Closey makes her way to second, and Center has an RBI single here for the East All-Stars.
Didn't get all of that ball to the barrel, but got just enough, and that climbs into center field. Now the tying run coming to the plate here.
Tying run in Newly from Grand Forks Red River. This one will miss for a ball. Now it's 1-0. Newly 1 of 3 today with a single her last time up. It was the second batter that Christensen went up against. The 1-0 pitch. This is foul back into the netting. Now 1-1. So the East All-Stars just put their backs against the wall, and now it's the tying run to the plate here. Since there were 2 outs, a double, a single, an error, and a single to get to this point. That's in there for a strike, now at 1-2. Christensen 1 strike away from ending the threat here. The East All-Stars looking to keep the line moving potentially as they've lost 6 consecutive against the West here in this softball series. The 1-2 out of the zone at 2-2, and then after her you have Olivia Dick on the on-deck circle. Outfield going to play the lines if they can. Bird in center shading to pull. 2-2 pitch is going to be hit up the first baseline foul. Josh, if you're Christensen, you go up, you take a little bit of the string off. What do you do here, the 2-2?
Well, Newly's been hanging tough, so I might try to go with a different pitch selection here. Maybe something off speed. They did right there. Full count now.
And that'll miss now 3-2. If you're Newly, just find a way to get on base. It's exactly what you want to do. If you have a chance to grip it and let one fly, you'll take that opportunity. 3-2 pitch. Strike 3 looking, and that'll retire the side and the East All-Stars here in this one. A dandy of a ball game as Christensen gets the punch out, and she will get her 4th strikeout. That's 12 in the contest for the West All-Star pitching staff. And a contest that will finish here in this one 1 hour and 43 minutes. The West All-Stars pick up the win by a final of 5-2, and they've won 7 consecutive games. We'll take a quick break. When we come back after this, we'll hear from a winning player of the West All-Stars, RDK Enterprises Player of the Game, and more. That's all coming up on YourLiveEvent.com.
Honesty, loyalty, integrity. At Bank North, we've remained true to these values for generations. They shape the way we do business, work with customers, and support our communities. We've been here for more than a century, helping people grow farms and businesses, finance homes, and pursue their dreams. It's values-based banking, and it's all about working together to strengthen the common threads that bind us together. Bank North, always true.
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you need on your next road trip. Food, fuel, fun, and family-friendly activities. Stop by and fill up your tank or grab a bite to eat. Have a blast at Goose River Golf Club, the swimming pool, or one of our beautiful parks. There's even ice skating and cross-country skiing. Take in the sights or stay the night so you don't miss a thing. Experience Hillsborough and see why there's more at 104.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at bloomfieldtrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
Join us now on our post-game show here on YourLiveEvent.com is from the Minot High Magi. That is Kirsten Galloway. She is our RDK Enterprises featured precision player of the game in this one. 5 innings of work, 1 hit, 4 walks, 8 strikeouts. Kirsten, congratulations on the win. What was this game kind of like? You're just fresh, 48 hours removed from playing in a state tournament. A quick turnaround. What was this game like for you in the circle?
I was very sore coming out, but I was very excited to get to play with some old teammates, and I mean, it was just a beautiful day for softball, and I was ready for it.
So in the circle there, you're able to strike out the side. What was working for you right off the bat in the first inning?
Definitely my rise ball and my screwball. They were just going for me, but nowhere near where it usually is, though.
and then what was your mindset, going to Fargo, 48 hours removed? Did you stay in town, after the state tournament? Did you go back to Minot, make the trek back down? What was kind of the last 48 hours for you?
I actually went back to Minot with my team, took the last bus ride, and then I came back to Fargo, which I came back yesterday, so they're back, but hey, it's worth it.
At the end of the day, when you're able to get to this particular environment, to this particular setting, what's been the best memory so far? Kind of that beanbag tournament, cornhole, able to meet some of the players. What's been the best memory so far for you?
Honestly, the best thing is playing with girls that I used to play with before, and there are so many girls on our team that I have played with in the past, and it's just great to get back out on the field with some girls that I have so many memories with already.
Take us through your attending Scottsdale Community College. So, number one, how did you figure out Scottsdale Community College? Number one, did you recruit them? Did they recruit you? What kind of happened that way?
I did reach out to them before I went down to Arizona, and they reached out back. I went and met the coach. I went to a couple of their practices. I toured the campus, and I just kind of fell in love. The funny part was when I went down to Arizona, I actually couldn't play because I was injured, but they apparently still wanted me, so hey.
That's all that matters. A final thing for you here, Kirsten. What are you looking forward to most later tonight for game number 2 and tomorrow heading out to Bismarck for the skills competition? Game number 3, what are you looking forward to the most here in the next 24 hours?
Of course, we're looking for some good wins, but I'm looking to make some good memories, too, with these girls.
Miss Galloway here from the Minot High Magi picks up the win in 5 innings of work here. She is our Arctic Enterprises player of the game. Congratulations, and we'll see you out there for game number 2.
Thank you.
We're back after this here on YourLiveEvent.com from West Fargo Cheyenne High School.
For softball or baseball skills to the next level with personalized instruction from the professional staff at the Ball Yard. Their mission is to provide area players, young and old, the opportunity to improve their skills in a professional level facility and to provide a high level of instruction to youth players to help them achieve their goals at the Ball Yard. Come and visit the one place in the Fargo-Moorhead area where it's always summer. For more information, go online to fmballyard.com. That's fmballyard.com.
Do you want that new boat? Are you building onto your home? Maybe you want the new camper or ATV. Dakota Heritage Bank can help you. This is Dustin Nagel, president at Dakota Heritage Bank Hillsborough location. You can visit with me or our other loan officers to help with loans and lines of credit from Dakota Heritage Bank. We are serving you with locations in North Dakota and Northwest Minnesota. Dakota Heritage Bank offers financial services you expect with a local perspective. dhbanknd.com. Dakota Heritage Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
As we come back now on our post-game show again, our Arctic Enterprises featured precision player of the contest. As we mentioned, we just got done talking with her as Kirsten Galloway here, as she did a phenomenal job. 5 innings of work and part of 8 of the 12 strikeouts for the West All-Stars. 4 walks, 1 hit, at one time struck out 4 consecutive batters here against the East All-Stars. Kirsten Galloway is our Arctic Enterprises featured precision player of the contest, with locations in Hillsborough and Drayton. For precision planning updates, information, and questions, contact the folks at Arctic Enterprises in Hillsborough and Drayton or visit planterdoc.com. That again is planterdoc.com. Arctic Enterprises here to help you have a safe spring in the fields and on the roadways as you continue to go from the spring into your summer months as well. Take a look at the final box score here in this one. The West All-Stars scored 5 runs. They were able to have 10 hits. They did commit an error, and the West All-Stars would leave 11 runners on base. For the East All-Stars, 2 runs across on 4 hits. They had 3 of them in the 7th inning. The East All-Stars committed 2 errors, and they left 8 runners on base. Winning pitcher, Kirsten Galloway. Losing pitcher, Anna McGough. 4 innings of work, 7 hits against, 5 of those in the first inning, 3 runs, a walk, and 6 strikeouts. Closey came on, 3 innings of work, as she would give up in this game 3 hits, 4 walks, and 3 strikeouts. And Miss Christensen Taylor from Beulah, 2 innings of work, 4 hits, 2 runs, 4 strikeouts here and no walks in the circle. The East All-Stars, Christensen at the plate, able to have a triple with a run scored. Caitlin Denenfelser was able to get 2 singles, 2 for 4. Daisy Sparrow, 1 for 4 with a run scored and a single. Bailey Berg with a double and 2 walks. Gabby Bird was able to go 0 for 4. Ellie Broughton in this one, make that 2 of 3 with 2 singles, a stolen base, a run scored. As Selzer goes 0 for 1. Olivia Pesa with a single and a double goes 2 for 4. Brecklin Bieber goes 0 for 3. Tweed 0 for 1. Megan Weisbeck then goes 0 for 1 in this game with a walk, a single, and a run scored. And Bachmeyer with a walk as well. For the East All-Stars, Jada Nelson able to go 1 of 3 today with a walk, a single, and a run driven in. Anna McGough 0 for 2. Closey 0 for 2. Katie Sinner 1 of 4 with a run driven in. Elizabeth Newley 1 of 4 with a single. Mara Lick 1 of 1 with a single and a walk. Olivia Dick 0 for 1. Azana Lucian 0 for 3. Moore 0 for 3. Richter 0 for 3. Grace Undum goes 0 for 1. And Narum with a walk, a double, and a run scored here for the East All-Stars. In a game time of 1 hour and 43 minutes. Again, your final, the West picks up the win 5-2. They won 7 consecutive games now here in this series. We'll take a quick little pause at about 6:40 or so. Again, 6:40 to 6:45. We are expected to get ready for game number 2, so make sure that you keep it here for the next contest. Again, the West All-Stars pick up the win thanks in part to some really clutch pitching by Miss Galloway. Denenfelser RBI single made it 1-0, and Ellie Broughton 2 RBI single in the first made it 3-0. A Sparrow RBI in the top of the 6th made it 4-0. A Weisbeck base knock in the 7th made it 7-0. The East would come back with a Jada Nelson RBI single and then a Katie Sinner RBI single to make it 5-2, but they fall short here in this one. Again, your final 5-2 West All-Stars on our Thunder Seed scoreboard. In about 15 minutes or so, we will get you ready for game number 2 between the West and the East from West Fargo Cheyenne High School here on your liveevent.com.
Here's a ground ball up the left side. Pass, Roland. One will score. It's in the gap. It gets by the outfielders. Jordheim goes back. Two will score. Here's the throw down to third. Not in time as Welsh.
Ivy throws it back in. We'll see if the relay comes home. It does not. It's an RBI single.
Called strike three.
Halsted Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
And welcome back to West Fargo Cheyenne High School. The umpires are back on the field here on yourliveevent.com as we get you ready for game number 2 here between the West All-Stars and the East All-Stars as the East All-Stars are making their way to the field. Game number 1 went to the West 5-2, thanks in part to a Kirsten Galloway. 5 innings of work, 8 strikeouts, 4 walks, and 1 hit. What does game number 2 have on tap? Well, for the East All-Stars, they will be in the circle with Kyra Narum with Olivia Dick behind the plate. Center going to play third, Lick at short, Richter at second, Newley at first base, Closey in right, Nelson in center, and then McGough in left field here. Anthony Meyer and also Michael Finch are the coaches. On the opposite side here for the West, Kyle Christensen is going to be the head coach. Alongside with him, Katie Kolzer Yetterbohm is the two-person operation, and we'll get to their starting lineups in a moment. Making his way downfield is Josh Boyko. Josh, the first 7 innings, all West until the 7th, where all of a sudden the West bats, or the East All-Stars, got some bats going with 2 runs. What do you expect to see in game number 2, Mr. Boyko?
Yeah, the East got the offense rolling there in the 7th inning. It was just a little too late in that inning, but they got the tying run to the plate, and they're probably looking to keep that momentum going, put some more contact on that ball as they struck out a lot against Galloway in the first 4 innings as she was pretty dominant. So look for the East to get the bats going here early in game 2.
I'm Chase Miller. He's Josh Boyko. Joey Hughes, or Knuckles as we like to call him, is running the behind-the-scenes stuff here as part of our game on yourliveevent.com. It's a little bit different of wind conditions. The wind blowing out to center, 205 around the horn, overcast skies here at West Fargo Cheyenne. 6:42 and Narum in the circle. The first pitch on the way. Going to be in there for a strike. So 6:42, we're officially underway here for game number 2 of 3 of the Scheels Softball All-Star Series. Reminder, tomorrow we will have coverage starting at 4 o'clock out in Bismarck. This one's going to be hit up the line, and that's going to be a out on the way, as that was Tweed batting first, so she is going to be retired.
The center fielder, number 16, Caitlin Dannenfelser.
As Dannenfelser will be coming up here, 4-3 on the putout. Richter to Newley. Caitlin Dannenfelser here, the center fielder from Bismarck High, takes a strike at 0-1. Sparrow in left field from Central McLean. Bailey Berg at third base for the Dickinson Midgets, batting cleanup with Ellie Broughton, the shortstop here from Renville County. Good-looking pitch by Narum, now 0-2. We saw her and Ella Spidell go really toe-for-toe in the circle of the EDC softball tournament last week at West Fargo High School. The 0-2 offering, and it's hit on the ground, and a C&I single on the way here for Dannenfeller. First base knock of the contest. Here on our Thunder Seed scoreboard, we will have a runner on. We will also, throughout this game, hear from some of the athletes that we were unable to talk to in the first game. Josh Boyko will handle those interviews for you, as well as Daisy Sparrow will be coming to the plate, and this one in there for a strike at 0-1. Josh, what's the temperature like compared to about 2 hours ago for game number 1 down there at field level?
Yeah, Chase, it's got to be at least 20 degrees cooler from what my skin can tell as the thermostat out here. So it's probably getting to the low 70s right now, and just a calm breeze, beautiful conditions for softball.
The 0-2 pitch, foul back, and we'll keep it there again. Yeah, don't mind the overcast skies by any stretch of the imagination. Only time you mind that is maybe when you're on the lake or on the water. But other than that, when you're having to be an athlete or someone here in terms of a fan or a broadcaster, you like a little cool skies. This one misses outside at 1-2 to Sparrow. Olivia Dick behind the plate, and that Thompson Tommy tire kind of makes you feel like Christmas just the blue with the green and the red. This will be on the ground, a chance for 2. Lick gets one to Richter. The relay not going to be in time. 6-4 on the putout. Reaching on a fielder's choice is Sparrow. And now you have Bailey Berg at the plate.
You mentioned those overcast clouds. They were getting fairly dark at the end of game number 1, but it is lightened up just slightly behind this third base dugout and looks pretty nice out in right field, actually.
This will be in there for a strike. Bailey Berg at 0-1. I don't want to say, Josh, it's the party deck out in left, but it's the party bleachers out in left. I haven't seen anybody on those since the last couple of innings. That's going to be hit on the ground. Katie center, 2-hopper, goes across, 5-3 to Newly. That'll retire the West All-Stars. No runs on a hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. A half inning complete. It's the West scoreless. The East coming to the plate on our Thunder Seat scoreboard.
Located on the beautiful Goose River in Hillsboro, the Goose River Golf Club offers both recreational and experienced golfers a great round. It's a 9-hole course open to the public, located right off exit 104 on I-29. The Goose River Golf Club in Hillsboro offers annual memberships for singles and families, also college memberships, first-time memberships, and outside 30-mile radius of Hillsboro membership available as well. Men's Day is Wednesday, Ladies' Day is Tuesday. You can learn more about getting on the Goose River Golf Club, GooseRiverGolfClub.com.
The Hillsboro Central Valley Booster Club would like to congratulate Serena Closey on being nominated to the Scheels Softball All-Star Series. And congratulations to Coach Corey Erickson and the entire HCV Burroughs softball team on their run to the State Class B softball tournament. The Hillsboro Central Valley Booster Club is made up of parents and fans and community members who work together to build team and community spirit and are proud of the Burroughs' accomplishments throughout the school year.
Bottom of the first inning we go here on YourLiveEvent.com as the East All-Stars will be sending to the plate Jada Nelson, Kyra Narum, Anna McGough here batting in the top third of the order. Olivia Dick cleanup with Katie Sinner batting 5th, Mara Lick from West Fargo batting 6th, Tori Richter 7th, Newly from Red River 8th, and Closey from HCV is batting 9th. That's center field camera, and then also our press box camera here are the 2 combinations. Joey Hughes behind the scenes. Josh Boyko, Chase Miller, thank you so much for tuning in. A reminder, our coverage tomorrow begins at 4 o'clock with the festival of the base running, the hitting contest, the throwing. That and more we'll have at 4. And then at around 6 o'clock, we'll get to the final game of the softball series. The question is, will it be who wins the series as Nelson fouls this one back, or can the West win the series and then the East try to get their first win in a while here? Jada Nelson from Valley City, as you have Pesa in the circle with Seltzer behind the plate. Here's the 0-1. That'll miss in the dirt at 1-1. Berg at third with Broughton at short. Bieber at second, and then at first base here is Bachmeyer from Delax Burlington, part of the Lakers. The 1-1 pitch on the way. That'll miss outside for a ball at 2-1. Tweed in right, Dannenfeller in center, and Sparrow in left field here for the West All-Stars. The East All-Stars, head coach with Michael Finch and Anthony Myers. This time they'll switch places from the first and third base coaching box. The 2-1 swung on by Nelson, now 2-2. Overcast skies with that first contest. Just an hour and nearly 45 minutes. This one runs in for a ball at 3-2. See what Jada Nelson can do here for the East All-Stars. Able to draw a walk with a single and a run driven in her first time up. 3-2 offering with Pesa. Righty versus lefty. Swung on and missed, and there's a strikeout. And Josh, to your point earlier about the East All-Stars just looking to put something in play, that's the 13th strikeout here in this series for West All-Stars.
Say that again, sorry.
I was saying what you said earlier with the East All-Stars, with 12 strikeouts, and right off the bat, Pesa starts this game with a strikeout here, Josh.
Yeah, definitely looking for a little bit more contact on the east side. Narum helped them out at the end of the 7th last game. We'll see if she can continue to put bat to ball here.
As Narum, the pitcher versus pitcher, 0-1 offering, and this one she'll have to dance out of the way. Now 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike on the way to the 2 of West Fargo Cheyenne Mustang players. This will be their final time playing on this particular softball diamond as a member of West Fargo Cheyenne, as this is fouled back to the netting at 1-2. Her and Anna McGough, part of the teammates here for the Mustangs. And the West Fargo Packers, just in softball in general across the state, they are the team that has owned it, whether it's been club under Pat Johnson or now even has been sanctioned, but they haven't won a state title since 2019 as Narum hits a deep fly ball to left. This could go to the warning track, and that'll two-hop the wall. Narum on her way to second, and Narum, Josh, right on cue, puts another nice hit here. This time, instead of going right center, she goes right down the left field line.
Yeah, that's 2 extra base hits right there for Narum, I believe now. She's a candidate maybe for a player of the game in Game 2 or later in Bismarck, as her swings have looked really good so far, and we saw her even on the mound, I think, at the end of Game 1.
Anna McGough, the left fielder here, will be digging in, the fellow Cheyenne Mustang, looking to drive her teammate in scoring position here. Pesa looks into Selzer, the pitch. That'll miss for a ball at 1-0. But back to the West Fargo Packers. You go to West Fargo High School in that softball diamond, it just seems like state titles run forever. But when you go back through the recent years, the West has been the teams to beat, whether it's been Dickinson, whether it's been Bismarck High, Minot High here. So the East now with something to prove in Class A over the next couple of seasons. 1 ball and 1 strike on the way. This will miss for a ball at 2-1. On the opposite side for Class B, it's been the Beast of the East. In Kindred Richland, Central Cass, Enderlin Maple Valley was the first team to win the sanctioned title in 2012. Here's the 2-1 offering from Pesa. That'll run outside, miss for a ball, now 3-1. Until the Beulah Miners were able to win the first West State Championship as a 1 seed. Thompson nearly took down the 1, 2, and 3 at state as an unseeded team in Minot this past weekend. 3-1 offering is roped right back up the middle. Here's Dennenfeller. Here's the throw, and staying put is Anthony Meyer to Narum. That's a really good job, as that was a beautiful throw by Dennenfeller in straightaway center field there, as now it's going to be Olivia Dick. But Dennenfeller there, Josh, she showed the gun out in center.
Yeah, she sure did. She was closer to the 205 sign out there than she was to second base by far, and she gunned that in, keeping Narum held at third base. A very speedy runner. There goes the runner to second.
So McGough on a delayed steal will get into scoring position here. And no surprise that she has that kind of ability to throw. If you're going to play catcher, you better have the ability to throw down some base runners, and she saw it there in center. 1-0 pitch will miss. Now 2-0, and something we didn't say too much in the first game, the East with a threat here in the top of the bottom of the first inning on our Thunder Seat scoreboard.
And with less than 2 outs, 2 runners in scoring position, great chance.
2-0 pitch in there for a strike at 2-1. Still to come throughout this game, we'll hear from some more all-star players here. Josh Boyko will get some interviews in our middle innings. Always fun to bring you their story and kind of their sound to the game, as well as this will be 3-1. And stay tuned to our post-game show again, where we'll hear from the player of the game, go over the final box score of wrap up day 1 of 2 here from the Scheels Softball All-Star Series. 3-1 pitch, and Olivia Dick sees this one miss, and it's a walk. So after a strikeout with Jada Nelson, a Narum double, a McGough single, and Olivia Dick has loaded the bases here for her awfully good hitter in Katie Sinner. Katie Sinner, part of the Central Cass softball program, heading to Bismarck State College for softball coming up. That JUCO level of softball is going to be fun to see between Bismarck State College, NDSCS, again winning a JUCO championship. Some awfully good levels of competition here in softball in the state, as this one misses out of the zone at 1-0. Softball has definitely been a game that's been on the growth here in North Dakota over the past decade plus, at least since it's been sanctioned in the state. And you look down the right field line, Sam Brandt of Kindred Richland, Matt Chandler from the Thompson Tommies in attendance, as this one misses, now 2-0. Speaking of the Kindred Richland Vikings taking third at state, last year Maddie Burchell was the only senior. She played in this very all-star series. This year the Vikings just with 2 players that were seniors. Here's the 1-0 offering, foul back to the netting, now 2-1. If you had to play a position in softball, Josh, which one are you? Are you the pitcher? Are you playing right field? I would play right field because of my defense. Just put me out there and don't worry about hitting the ball. Where would you be?
Oh, man, I'm certainly not pitching, even though I'm left-handed, just because
lefty, I like it.
I just don't think I got that motion down. I don't see myself getting any velocity on there. I'm going straight to center field.
I like it. Yeah, lefty, a Miss Satchram from Mayport CG, a lefty, and she had a ton of strikeouts at the state tournament this past week in the Magic City. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nowhere to put center, and now that'll work the count full at 3-2. So third straight batter that's seen a 3-ball count and 4 out of 5 here in the first inning. So Pesa has had to work so far. Here's the infield again playing in. Pesa with the payoff pitch. Center hits one on a rope to left field. That'll die in, going down to Ania Sparrow there. And Narum took a couple of steps toward home plate, and by the time she was trying to tag, she was unable to do so. And that's allowed out number 2 as it's down to Mara Lick. Really good job, though, Josh, by Sparrow in left field to get down to Anita, get that ball, because if that gets past her, that's 2, if not 3 runs coming in to score.
Yeah, that could have been bases clearing, but instead keeping this game scoreless and then out closer and out of ways. Here we go. Pitch to the backstop. The run is going to score, and Narum slides in safely. Everyone up 90 feet.
So Narum will come off. That'll be the pass ball variety off of Selzer's glove. McGough will go to third, and Olivia Dick now goes to second. So Narum will come in regardless after unable to come in with the sacrifice fly. She'll get her first run of the contest. And the East All-Stars, for the first time here in 2023, take a lead in the softball series after trailing wire to wire in the first game, for those of you that are just joining us, 5-2. 2 balls, no strikes on the way here to Mara Lick playing shortstop in this contest for the West Fargo Packers. Now at 3-0. Pat Johnson, the head coach out there, and you're going to have to start figuring out some of the longest tenured coaches in their respective sports. And Pat Johnson, he is the definition of the GOAT in North Dakota. 3-0 pitch, that'll miss for a 4-pitch walk, 4 outs. They would like that, 4 outs in baseball and softball. That's called an error. Now it's Tori Richter. Richter is a line drive hitter. If she can get one on the barrel, you could see some red jerseys run around the base pass here. She takes a strike from Pesa, and even though this is a 7th batter to play, Pesa has one good pitch from minimizing the damage just to 1 run here in the bottom of the first inning. No balls, 1 strike. Pesa looks in, the 0-1. Richter foul tipped into the glove, and now it's 0-2. After this, the West All-Stars, Broughton, Bieber, and Pesa, 5, 6, and 7 batters coming up to the plate. The 0-2 out of the zone, now 1-2, and Sulzer's really had to work so far behind the plate, coming out of her catcher's crouch a handful of times, but again, 1 strike away, 1 out away from leaving bases loaded. This will be out of the zone as well, now at 2-2. First player of the game that we saw with the West All-Stars with Kirsten Galloway was hitting her spots. Christensen came on, got a couple of strikeouts. Pesa looking for 1 here, and she gets her second one. She bookends the inning with strikeouts, but strands the bases loaded. There was 1 run off of 2 hits, no errors, and 3 runners left on base. 1 complete on our Thunder Seat scoreboard. The East leads it by 1 on yourliveevent.com.
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you want in a hometown. Business opportunities, great jobs, and a top-notch school. Shovel-ready lots for your next idea. Great jobs in manufacturing, healthcare, and agriculture. An excellent education for your kids with small class sizes and lots of school spirit. Plus easy access to I-29 and the conveniences of North Dakota's largest cities. Build your future in Hillsborough and see why there's more at 104.
As we go to the top of the second inning, our player interviews, well, perfect timing, coming right out of break, brought to you in part by our friends at Hillsborough Economic Development Committee. Let's send it down to Josh Boyko.
Thanks, Chase. I'm here with Azana Lucian here from Oak Grove Co-op with Shanley and her softball career. And what's it been like getting to know some of these girls on opposing teams here?
Oh, this has been really fun today, just to get to play with the best of the best, and the plays that they make are amazing, and just the competition is so fun.
And what about this kind of competition makes it so fun?
I think it's just the level that it's held at and that it pulls you up to. Like, we're really all making each other better when you get to play with each other, and that's really fun to see how good North Dakota softball can really be.
Yeah, we've heard some people say playing the best of the best brings out the best in everyone. And who is someone that you've really enjoyed being able to team up with?
I think my pitcher from the first game was really fun. She had 5 pitches I've never caught for a high school pitcher who has a curve, and it was just really cool to learn something new and catch for someone with a curveball.
And what has been the favorite experience about this day so far?
This isn't softball related, but we had a beanbag tournament, and it was really fun just to see how this big of a group can come together and in just a few minutes have so much fun together on something so simple as a beanbag tournament.
Yeah, we've heard a couple of times about this cornhole tournament that you guys had. A lot of fun was had there, and watching some college softball World Series tournament there. And what has been some of your favorite memories as a Grover and Deacon, rather?
When I was an 8th grader, there were some seniors on my team that meant a lot to me as role models, so that's one year I look back to very fondly. And then kind of in an opposite way this year, I haven't had any other upperclassmen on my team, so now I kind of feel like I got to be that role model for the younger kids, and it was pretty full circle, so I enjoyed that experience.
That's fantastic. And talk to us a little bit about fall plans, maybe college plans.
Yeah, I'm attending Carthage College in Wisconsin, and that's in the town of Kenosha.
Awesome. Well, we're thankful we get to see you out here on the diamond and looking forward to seeing more of you here today and tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. Back to you, Chase.
Azana Lucian again right there, and I like what she said. I haven't caught a pitcher with a curveball before, so that's what you allow yourself to come into an all-star series, and someone maybe has a different pitch. We heard again from Galloway from Bismarck saying, her couple of pitches that were working for her early, and whether it's a rise ball, maybe a drop screwball, something that kind of slides off the plate. As you had a full count walk to Ellie Broughton, then Brecken Bieber is retired on 1 pitch. One thing that the head coach from the Beulah Miners and Kyle Christensen was wondering if it maybe ran off of her foot. It's not going to matter. Pesa hits one into the gap. Nelson cuts it off, but coming in to score is Ellie Broughton, and it's 1-1 on our Thunder Seat scoreboard. Broughton with the run scored. Pesa helps her own cause here with a single, and that's an RBI. Now it's Berkeley Selzler. That was hit on a rope, by the way, by Pesa to left center field, and a better job by Nelson to cut that one off to leave it to a single. This one will miss for a ball at 1-0. Josh, the one thing, though, we've heard the most of from these players, they love the cornhole tournament. That's number 1, it seems like, on everybody's roster.
Yeah, I mean, who knew cornhole could be such a bonding sport for both of these teams, but they seem to have enjoyed the friendly competition right there, and a great way to get to know everyone.
Pesa with the run driven in again in the bottom of the first inning as we're tied at 1 apiece. 2-0 pitch on the way to Selzer. That'll be in there for a strike at 2-1. Narum in the circle, part of that West Fargo Cheyenne State softball team, taking 5th place at the Class A softball tournament. The 2-1 offering going to be grounded. Katie Sinner gloves it. Goes. Well, did they get the lead runner? No, they did not. Katie Sinner was looking first, and at last moment went to Richter at second as Richter's hand kind of hit the face mask in front of the helmet there. Pesa, bang play at second, Josh, and just hard base running by Pesa will get her on to second base, and Selzer as well to first. Bachmeyer takes a strike. Now it's 0-1. So can the West All-Stars capitalize here with the number 9 batter in the lineup? Here's the 0-1 pitch. Going to be grounded. Now 0-2. Taylor Christensen, the on-deck batter here for the West All-Stars. Runner at second is Pesa. Selzer at first. No balls, 2 strikes with 1 out here to Bachmeyer from Delax Burlington. The 0-2. This will run in a jam shot. Richter comes in, feels the position nicely, goes 4-3 to Newly. 2 down, but a productive out regardless as Pesa scampers to third and Selzer now at second. And those are the little things throughout a game, whether it's an all-star game or just a contest like this. The moving of base runners up 60 feet, getting productive outs, As now all of a sudden a wild pitch would allow the runner to come in, as an example, as this one misses outside of Christensen at 1-0. 1-0 pitch in there for a strike as it splits the zone. 1 ball and 1 strike. West All-Stars looking to take their first lead of game number 2 with a base knock. 1-1 misses outside for a ball at 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs here in the top of the second inning. Narum looks in. 2-1 pitch is fouled off the catcher. And Olivia Dick will track that softball up the third base line and make it at 2-2.
Yeah, that was a good cut right there from Christensen. Also good location. That's just good pitch, good location, good swing. It results in a foul ball. We'll do it again.
2-2 on the way. Going to miss low and make the count full at 3-2. So the first inning saw 4 batters. This is batter number 6 here for the West All-Stars in the second. The 3-2 pitch will run in, and Christensen draws a walk and loads him up. So far, 2 hits across the West All-Stars. They've also had 2 walks, as the West All-Stars will make a new hitter coming to the plate. This will be Weisbeck from Bismarck Legacy, as she will be coming in to hit
Now batting
for Dennenfeller.
number 7, Megan Weisbeck.
So Weisbeck to dig in now here for the West All-Stars. Reminder, we will get coverage again tomorrow at 4 o'clock, part of the skills competition. Then following that, we'll get to the third game of the Scheels Softball All-Star Series, as this will be in there for a strike. Good spot on the way now, 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. That'll run in for a ball at 1 ball and 1 strike. Runner at third base is Pesa. Selzer at second with Christensen at first. That'll be outer part of the plate now at 1-2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes on the way to Megan Weisbeck here. And this will be a strikeout to retire the side. So we saw the East strand the bases loaded, and now we see the West strand the bases loaded here in the second inning. There was a run off of just 1 hit, no errors, and 3 runners left on base. An inning and a half complete on our Thunder Seat scoreboard. We're tied at 1 apiece.
Dirt turning, hearts pumping, motors roaring. It's nonstop racing action Thursday nights at the Norman County Raceway and Friday nights at the Red River Valley Speedway. Featuring the fastest drivers around. Don't miss a lap. Fuel burning, dirt turning all summer long. For more information, visit ncraceway.com and redrivervalleyspeedway.com. The action never stops. Thursday night racing at the Norman County Raceway and Friday night racing at the Red River Valley Speedway.
To the bottom of the second inning we go here on YourLiveEvent.com. Let's get to a player interviews brought to you in part by our friends at the Hillsborough Economic Development Commission. With us now is Josh Boykos tending down the first base dugout with the West All-Stars. Josh, take it away.
Thanks, Chase. I'm here in the West dugout with Caitlin Dannenfelser here. And what are some of the enjoyable moments you've had here with this All-Star experience?
We've had some really good fellowship, and we just got to know everyone, and it was really fun.
What are some of the things you've gotten to do in that fellowship category to get to know these other players?
We played some cornhole, and we just had a cornhole tournament, and we talked with each other, ate some food, and had fun.
And talk to me about that cornhole tournament. How enjoyable was that? We've heard that mentioned a number of times here. What was that experience like?
It was really fun. we didn't make it very far, my partner and I, but it was really fun playing with each other.
And what are some enjoyable experiences you had at the high school softball level?
Winning state was definitely one of my most enjoyable experiences. Yeah, just having a great team atmosphere is really fun.
Who's someone on this team that you've enjoyed getting to know the most? Who's been a good personality to get into?
I like getting to know Kirsten Galloway. She's a really fun person to be around.
Yeah, we got to talk to her as our player of the game, and we thank you for joining us here in our second inning of play, and we'll send it back up to you, Chase. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josh. Pop out on the way by Newly here on 3 pitches. Now it's Serena Closey from the Hillsborough Central Valley Burros as she digs in a 1-1 contest on our Thunder Seed scoreboard. This one will run in for a strike at 0-1. Thunder Seed, they put their crop in every spring, and they take it out every fall just like you. They would never sell you seed before testing it on their fields. Thunder Seed first in the field. Check out their website at thunderseed.com. As this one is missed for a ball. Now 1 ball in 1 strike. Olivia Pisa first time through the lineup after Closey here so far. Just 2 hits, stranded the bases loaded in the bottom of the first inning. Just gave up 1 run. Coming in to score was Narum after a pass ball. This one swung on and missed. Now 1-2. Congratulations goes out to Hillsborough Central Valley's coach, and Corey Erickson was named Coach of the Year in Class B. So congratulations goes out to him, his team, and his staff there for the Burros. The 1-2 pitch. We'll miss outside. 2-2 HCV taking 6th place in Minot, falling to Renville County in that consolation championship game. The lights are on here at Cheyenne. The 2-2 offering. That'll be out of the zone at 3-2. Then it goes back to the top of the lineup here where Jada Nelson is in the on-deck circle. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, nobody on. The pitch, run in, and Closey will take a walk. That'll be the second walk against here for Pesa. Now it's Jada Nelson. Nelson with a strikeout, worked the count full her last time up. A contest that has reached a half hour old here as we're in the bottom of the second inning. So Nelson, first pitch swinging, jammed her, enough room, can't get there was Bachmeyer, but not for a lack of hustle. She tried her darndest to try to get that softball. Now it'll be 0-1. Game number 1 went to the West All-Stars 5-2. We had a Dannenfelser RBI, a Broughton 2 RBI, Sparrow run driven in. Weisbeck also for the West All-Stars. The 0-1 pitch, that'll miss. Now 1-1 on the East. They made a rally, got the tying run up to the plate, unable to bring her in. Nelson with the run driven in, and Sinner with a run driven out in as well in the East for their 2 runs in the 7th. The pitch, swung on and missed. Runner's going to go in Closey, and she will slide in no problem. So Closey gets to second. Be 1-2 now here to Jada Nelson. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Christensen playing in center field here for the West All-Stars after Dannenfelser was able to play in the first inning. The pitch, that'll miss low. Now 2-2. For some of these players, as we mentioned in these All-Star games, it's the final time to represent your school and community, but it's also for some of these players the final time they might be playing softball at this level, at a competitive level, as that's a strike 3 looking. Pesa with the strikeout here, as she has 3 in the contest, and she has 3 walks as well given up. Kyra Narum will dig in with a double and a run scored, and Josh, she might have hit one of the hardest balls we've seen so far here today.
Not the one you'd like to see at the plate if you're the West right now, as she is already a couple extra base hits on the afternoon, and she's got wheels to add on top of it.
No balls, 1 strike here. Closey at second. The pitch, that'll run in, miss for a ball. It's now 1-1. On the eastern side of the state with YourLiveEvent.com. If you missed any of our coverage of the Region 1, Region 2, and EDC softball tournaments, you can simply do so by subscribing to our YouTube page and watching some of the game recaps, or go to our website, yourliveevent.com, for on demand. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. We'll have the Optimist Volleyball Series next week, Monday and Tuesday. Part of the Shrine Bowl with Three Border Sports Network later this month, and the Lions Basketball Series in July. As this one will come in and hit her. So Narum will scamper her way to first base here on a hit by pitch. Runners at first and second now. And that's the 4th free pass by Pisa in the circle.
Just the first, sorry, Chase, just the first hit by pitch this afternoon that I can recall. So pretty good control from these pitchers so far.
Yeah, you'll be spot on the money there, Josh. That's why we pay Josh the big bucks. It's now 0-1 on the way. On a McGough with a single on a stolen base back in the first, and the East All-Stars trying to get back what they had in the bottom of the first inning, which was a lead, as we're currently tied at 1 apiece. This one will run out. Now it's 1 ball and 1 strike. The West All-Stars, 3, 4, 5 batters scheduled to come up in the top of the third with Sparrow, Berg, and Broughton. As nice-looking crowd here at West Fargo Sheyenne with fans down both the first and third base lines. There's the 1-1. This is going to be hit right back up the middle and roll off the second base. Rounding third is going to be Closey. Here's the throw, and she is out. What a throw by Christensen in center to Selzer. Closey's out at home to retire the side. So it's a base knock that goes awry. No runs. There were 1 hit, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. We played 2 complete on our Thunder Seat scoreboard. We're tying at 1 on yourliveevent.com.
Keep your job site stocked with reliable service from Prairie Supply Inc., the contractor's headquarters. Our team specializes in everything concrete. That means hand tools and equipment, rebar of all shapes and sizes, concrete forming packages and ICFs, decorative concrete materials like color, stain, sealers, and coatings. And let's not forget our impressive fleet of winter construction equipment to keep the concrete flowing all year round. If you've got concrete questions, we've got concrete answers at Prairie Supply Inc., the contractor's headquarters.
R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is hiring a full-time play-by-play sports announcer and broadcast sales representative. Duties include selling advertising time for radio, digital, video streaming, and regional cable TV. Play-by-play responsibilities include live play-by-play of local sporting events for radio, video streaming, and regional cable TV broadcasts. Wage plus talent and commission pay structure with full-time benefits package offered. For more information or to apply, email apply@rjbroadcasting.com. That's apply@rjbroadcasting.com.
Top of the third inning we go, and Josh Boyko is Mr. Interview Machine. Let's toss him to him now down the third baseline with an East All-Star player. Josh, take it away.
Yeah, in the East dugout here, I've got Avery Moore with me. And Avery, what are you enjoying about this afternoon?
I guess just getting to play with everybody and watch everybody come out and do the best that they can.
And what has it been like getting to know some of these players that you've been playing against for a while, as we see a nice backhanded stab at short there?
I guess, wait, can you ask the question?
Yeah, for sure. What has it been like getting to know some of the players that were opponents for you recently?
It's really cool. I think, you get to play with people that you're like, oh gosh, these people are good. Like, I really got to do my best against them. But then when you get to come play with them, it's just kind of like, okay, yes, now we can all do the best together, if that makes sense.
And we've heard people talking about how this high level of competition, high level of players is bringing out the best in everyone. Would you agree that the competition has been super high because of the high-skilled players here?
Yeah, I think when you're with the best, you're pushed to be the best you can be, and yeah, I'd agree. Yeah.
What was it like playing for Davies this last season? What were some enjoyable moments you had?
I'd say just getting to go out and play. I don't know. We had a rocky, we had a rocky season all at the beginning especially, and it was just fun to battle back and like kind of be a mentor for some of the younger girls because we had a very young team, and just showing them, like we can come back from anything and always have a strong mindset, I guess.
And what are some plans you've got coming up in the fall for college and schooling and playing any sports?
I'm going to Iowa Central Community College, and I'm going to be playing softball there, so yeah.
well, we look forward to seeing you out there, and we look forward to seeing you more on the diamond here. Thanks for joining us. Back to you, Chase.
Thank you very much, Josh. Avery Moore again for the Fargo Davies Eagles, part of our interview here, as we'll continue to bring you some more throughout this particular game. 2 balls and 2 strikes on the way to Bird after Sparrow hit a line drive shot for an out to Lick. And we talked about our RDK Enterprises play of the game. Could have been the Christensen throwing down Closey at home plate, but Olivia that is Mara Lick flashing the leather there at short as Bird draws a walk here. That'll be the 3rd walk for Narum in the circle, as now we'll dig in is Ellie Broughton. Tied at 1 here on YourLiveEvent.com. This is the 2023 Scheels Softball All-Star Series, as Broughton's going to hit one down the right field line. That's a fair ball. Bird rounds first, on her way, coming in to score on the relay here, and that's going to be in there for a base knock. Bird will come in all the way first to third. Ellie Broughton will scamper her way down to third base, and Broughton with a hit, an RBI, and a run scored now, as Bird with the run scored makes it 2-1. So Broughton with the RBI, and the West All-Stars take their first lead of game number 2, and now they'll add on to it as Brecken Bieber makes it a 3-1 contest. Broughton comes in to score. Bieber with the base knock, hitting is contagious, and all of a sudden you look up, it's 3-1 West. Broughton with 2 runs across in this game, as well as Pesa digs in, and Pesa will take a ball. Now it's 1-0. So Bieber with the base knock to make it a 3-1 contest. Now stands at first. This one will run outside at 2-0. This is exactly what the West All-Stars did in game number 1 in the first inning. They put 8 batters to the plate, 3 runs off of 5 hits in air, and 2 runners left on base. Putting a crooked number up, and this one will be in there for a strike at 2-1. And they've hit Narum pretty well. Again, Lick with a great play at short to rob a base knock, a triple by Broughton, and Bieber with a single, as this one's going to be hit on the ground. Lick at short gets the lead runner Richter's relay not in time. It'll be 6-4, and Bieber's retired at second. Pesa reaches base on a fielder's choice, as now digging in will be the catcher in Selzer.
Now batting the catcher, number 11, Berkeley Selzer.
Velvet Drake Animus Aggies. Here's the pitch on the way. This is going to be fouled back at 0-1. Batter number 6 at the top of the 3rd inning here for the West All-Stars, as they have 2 hits here in the inning. A single in the first, a single in the second, triple and a single as well here, as this one swung on and missed. Now 0-2 for Narum, trying to bring Olivia Dick, Katie Sinner, and then also Mara Lick to the plate here with a strike, and trying to look for the punch-out. 0-2 is going to be a soft line drive, and a nice play again at short by Lick to get the second out, the 3rd out of the inning. 2 runs come across, however, on 2 hits, there were no errors and a runner left on base. We played 2.5 complete on our Thunder Seat scoreboard. The West All-Stars lead 3-1.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us, and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at RDK Enterprises, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you need on your next road trip. Food, fuel, fun, and family-friendly activities. Stop by and fill up your tank or grab a bite to eat. Have a blast at Goose River Golf Club, the swimming pool, or one of our beautiful parks. There's even ice skating and cross-country skiing. Take in the sights or stay the night so you don't miss a thing. Experience Hillsborough and see why there's more at 104.
We go to the bottom of the third inning. It's the West All-Stars with their first lead of this contest at 3-1. Now let's get to another player interview brought to you in part by our friends at the Hillsborough Economic Development Commission. Small town with big opportunity. Go to hillsboroughnd.com. Joining us from the West All-Star dugout is Josh Boyko.
Thanks, Chase. I've got Daisy Sparrow here from the West Side dugout. And Daisy, what are you enjoying about this tournament so far?
All these girls. It's just so much fun to play with the best from the West. And we have great chemistry right now, and I'm excited about how we're winning so good.
How did you develop chemistry so quickly with some players that you've been playing against for a while?
How did you?
Yeah, how did you get the chemistry so quickly?
Just knowing them, playing with them, against them, just knowing them, being at camps together, playing on the same team sometimes in the summer.
And what are some of your favorite high school softball experiences that you've had?
Definitely making state for the first time in program history this year. That was a great experience, great way to end senior year.
And talk about the journey getting to state for the first time. What bumps did you have to overcome? What accomplishments were there along the way?
There's bringing unexperienced young players into new roles. That was definitely a challenge, and just pushing through the hard moments, learning to get over adversity. And that was great. I had fun doing it with all those girls. So.
Glad you got rewarded with that trip to state. And talk to us maybe about some of the future plans you've got for this fall coming up.
I'm going to attend BSC there, pursue a degree in communications disorders, and then play softball for the Mystics.
Awesome. Sounds fun. And we're looking forward to the fun coming up in the rest of this tournament with you and the Diamond. Thanks for joining us. Back to you, Chase.
Thank you very much. Daisy Sparrow there from the Central McLean Cougars as well. Playing a good infield is Olivia Dick as the catcher gets on board with a leadoff single here for the East All-Stars with their fourth hit of the contest. And going back to Daisy Sparrow, she's not the only one that's heading to Bismarck State College coming up here in the fall. We've seen a couple of other players, including Katie Sinner, that's going to be going there from the East All-Stars, who right on cue steps up to the plate. First pitch, Sinner will take a strike at the knee. Now it's 0-1. Interviews brought to you in part by the Hillsborough Economic Development Commission. There is more at exit 104. The 0-1 is going to be fouled, and a chance for a play with the fans now 0-2.
That was coming right for me, and I thought about climbing the fence, but back down right at the last second, Chase.
That's okay, Josh. Are you a Minnesota Twins fan, correct, Josh?
Oh, dear. Where is this going? This is a Buxton roast or something?
Well, I was going to make sure that you were, Torrey Hunter trying to, rob somebody on that one. So.
No, I'm not trying to tear any ACLs or anything tragic here because, that happens quite frequently to us.
Yes. The 0-2 offering on the way to center. That'll miss out of the zone now, 1-2. Oh, Bird is in center field here now for the West All-Stars. As, again, runner at first base, Olivia Dick. Pesa winds and delivers. That one will miss now 2-2, make it 3-2. So 3 balls, 2 strikes here to Sinner, who worked a full counter last time up and then flew out to left fielder. 3-2 pitch, swung on and missed, and Pesa gets her 4th strikeout. And there's one down now as digging in is going to be Mara Lick. Lick with a walk her last time up. As the West Fargo Packers with 2 players here in this All-Star Series. Running is going to be Olivia Dick to second base as that one got by the catcher and Selzer. So getting to second now will be Olivia. But back to Mara here at the plate. And she'll be going to University of Minnesota Duluth studying English and writing. That'll be in there for a strike. Now it's going to be 1-1. For the East All-Stars, you're going to go back to that first inning where you loaded the bases, only scored 1 run across. That's really been the difference maker. A chance to open up the game like the West did. The first of our doubleheader where the West put a couple of runs across in that first inning, 3 runs. But now a chance to cut into this deficit here. 2 balls, 1 strike. Pesa looks in with a 2-1 offering. That'll miss out of the zone now, 3-1. So 3 balls, 1 strike on the way to the number 6 batter in the East All-Star lineup here as Pesa. 4 strikeouts, 4 walks so far, and 4 hits. But just 1 run on our Thunder Seat scoreboard. 3-1 pitch is going to be hit on the ground. It's going to go right over the third base. Coming across the way, and that's going to be an errant throw, making her way around third. Coming in to score is going to be Olivia Dick on the E5. And taking it right away there on the left-hand side for the East All-Stars, saying, yep, that's my bad on the throw. It is going to be Taylor Christensen. And Christensen at third base here, so coming in to score, it's now 3-2 with Olivia Dick. Lick will go now to second base, as Tori Richter steps in and takes a strike at 0-1. And now with Tori Richter a chance to tie this ball game up, then Newly on the on-deck circle. Here's the 0-1. Richter fouled this one off, got jammed as it's now 0-2. Overcast skies and the wind that we had earlier as you look on the down the right field line with Old Faithful up in the air, and that's barely even moving down there, Josh. It feels a little stickier maybe from what we had earlier in this game to start.
Yeah, just slightly, but the temperature's cooled down enough, so it's pretty comfortable out here.
The 0-2 out of the zone, now 1-2, and you can see the center fielder and Bird playing right in front of our camera. So her top half is kind of taking away the pace-off pitch, the 1-2. That'll miss, now 2-2. Right center is wide open. Playing down the right field line is Tweed, and then the left field line again. But Bird right now in left center field. So Richter looking to do what Narum did, which is an opposite field double back in the first inning. The 2-2 pitch. It's going to be hit on the ground, and this will eat up Broughton there at third. The runner's going to come across, and nice play by Broughton to give it to Christensen, who applies the tag as it'll go 6-5 on the putout of Mara Lick. So Tori Richter will reach base on a fielder's choice, and the West will gladly take the out there instead of at first base.
Number 18,
as Elizabeth Newley now from Grand Forks Red River will dig in. Newley 0 for 1 with a pop out her last time up to the third baseman. First pitch swinging, hits one, a little grounder to Bachmeyer there over at first. Not a problem to retire the side. And the East All-Stars, that goes 3, yet assisted. There was no runs off of 1 hit and error, and there was 1 runner left on base. 3 complete on our Thunder Seat scoreboard. It's 3-2 the West with the lead on YourLiveEvent.com.
Dakota Heritage Bank is a bank on the go and on the grow, with locations in Hunter, Hope, Galesburg, Hillsborough, Grandin, Gackle, Streeter, Judd, Harvey, Medina, and Red Lake Falls. More locations and more services. Dakota Heritage Bank offers mobile banking and online banking with bill pay, so you can bank anytime, anywhere. Stop in and visit Dakota Heritage Bank today. Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. dhbanknd.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Thunder Seed has over 4 generations of experience in the field. Through innovation, technology, and hard work, we put farmers first by providing high-quality products. We pride ourselves on developing quality soybean, corn, wheat, and corn silage seed for dealers and growers across our region. We are invested in being your partner throughout the full cycle of your harvest. Thunder Seed, first in the field, family-owned, and farmers first.
Bachmeyer, and then it goes to Christensen, and then from there we'll find out who is in the hole as you have Kyra Narum in the circle. First pitch swinging, swung on and missed to Bachmeyer. 0 for 1 today with a grounder her last time up. After this pitch, we'll get to our Bank North in-game update. Bachmeyer from the Lakers, as this one's going to be fouled now at 0-2. Let's get to our Bank North in-game update here. Bank North offers the perfect sync for your busy life with their online banking and mobile app. The cool thing about Bank North, you can take them wherever you want to go for your busy summer months that you have in June, July, and August. It's values-based banking without ever slowing down. Go to ibanknorth.com. If you're just joining us, 5 runs across so far, 3 by the West All-Stars, 1 in the second, 2 in the third, and then the East All-Stars able to score a run in both the first and the third innings here. So far for the West All-Stars, 3 runs on 4 hits. They've committed an error and 5 runners left on base. The East All-Stars, they have 2 runs across on 4 hits. They have no errors and 6 runners left on base. This one comes across center to Newly on the snow cone there. That would taste really awfully good right now. It's 5-3 on the putout, and there's 1 down. Narum with a run scored to make it 1-0 by a pass ball. Then Pesa delivered the goods in the bottom half of the, make it the top of the second inning to make it 1-1. Broughton came back with a RBI single, then Bieber with an RBI single as well to make it 3-1. Then an error allowed coming in to score Olivia Dick. That again is our Bank North in-game update, as this is a smashing off the glove of Richter. Christensen will get aboard with a base knock. Richter gave it her all on that one, just right out of the glove on a line drive, as you'll have Christensen aboard for the second time here in this contest. As now you're going to go back to the West All-Stars. You have Dannenfelser here for the Bismarck Demons, as she will dig into the play. So after Christensen reaches base after a ground out by Bachmeyer, Dannenfelser will be stepping up, and she has a single so far here in this one. The pitch going to be hit on the ground up the third base line, foul at 0-1. That's the 2023 Scheels Softball All-Star Series here on YourLiveEvent.com. Coverage tomorrow gets underway at 4 o'clock with the opportunity to see them run the bases, throwing, hitting, home run, derby, and more for the skills competition. Here's the pitch on the way. That'll miss outside by Narum. It's now 1-1. The 1-1 pitch on the way to Dannenfelser. This will be hit on the ground again. And the Kyle Christensen makes another attempt at it, now at 1-2. Part of the June time of the season, and with the Scheels Softball All-Star Series, this again going back to the very first year that they've had it was back in 2017. The 1-2 pitch, that'll miss outside for a ball at 2-2. Going through some of the games here. Very first game was won by the East, as this is hit down the right field line, and that'll be a foul ball. East won the very first game in 2017 in Mandan 9-6, and the East All-Stars came back with another win when they played just 2 games with a 15-9 win. And the East won the first 4 of this series, and since then it's been all West, as winning 8 out of 9, and now make it 9 out of 10, as this one's going to be a base knock followed by an error by the center fielder. Coming in to score is going to be Christensen, making her way to second is Caitlin, and now the West All-Stars lead it 4-2. Really good looking hit down there, Josh, by Caitlin. It sounded good from up here.
Yeah, that was one of the better barreled balls that we've seen this afternoon to the right center field gap. Good opposite field hitting. And Jada Nelson, I believe it was out there, didn't quite get to the backhand to that ball, and it allows extra bases.
As Sparrow will take a ball outside at 1-0. Top of the 4th inning here on YourLiveEvent.com. As we're nearing an hour old here in game number 2. This will be hit on the ground, playable for Lick, but she bobbles that one there, and all of a sudden the East All-Stars bobbling the softball around a little bit in the West. Well, they'll try to keep the line moving here, as now you have Bailey Berg after the second error. Back-to-back errors here in this inning will now bring Bailey Berg to the plate, as Berg will hit for Bird. Bailey Berg is 0 for 1 today with the grounder her last time up. Runner at second here for the West All-Stars. Dannenfelser, then runner at first again is Sparrow. This is jammed and over Richter's head into short right center field. Rounding third is Caitlin. She's going to come in and score. It's an RBI single, and the West All-Stars now lead at 5-2. A good pitch, but just on the way, Berg was able to fend that one off, Josh, and get a base knock.
Yeah, a little bit on the label of the bat right there, missing the letters, but got enough on it that it dropped safely into right center field.
So Berg with the run driven in here. That will be in there for a strike to Ellie Broughton. Broughton with a walk, a triple, and 2 runs scored with a run driven in. As this one misses outside, now it's 1-1. 6 batter to the plate here for the West All-Stars. Sparrow at third. Bailey Berg at second. The pitch is going to be hit on the ground. Oh, White, nice play by Katie Sinner. She'll try to get the runner at first instead of at home here. It's not going to matter, as hustling down the line was Ellie Broughton there for an infield single as she beat out the throw. That's coming in to score is going to be Sparrow. Berg will make her way to third base now. Runners will be at the corners with 1 out. Ellie Broughton using that speed here to their advantage. It's now 6-2, and Broughton right on cue goes to second base on the steal.
Yeah, she's one of the fastest players in this small tournament here. Broughton making an easy steal of second with a runner at third and less than 2 outs.
And Ellie Broughton so far making an early indication to maybe be a player we talk with in the post game here, as she's been able to get on base in 3 different styles of ways: a walk, a triple, a single. 2-0 offering going to be hit right back up the middle, and Richter can't glove that one. Coming in to score is Berg. Broughton going to be waved around, but then held up late here, and now it's 7-2 on our Thunder Seat scoreboard after a Bieber single.
Now batting number 9, Olivia Pesa.
Josh, this kind of reminds me of the first inning of game number 1, where the hits might not be loud in terms of just line drives everywhere, as this is going to be a smash to center. Nelson's throw is going to be cut up by Narum. It's a sacrifice fly by Pesa, 1 pitch and a run driven in, and batter number 9 of the inning as Broughton comes up, as Selzer digs in. But going to what we were saying earlier, some of these hits, Josh, have just been at the right place at the right time against Narum.
Yeah, Narum has been doing a fairly good job on the mound, not putting too many runners on base herself with walks or hit by pitches or anything like that, but those balls are just finding the right gap and getting down in the grass. Some of the plays not being made. So some decent pitching, though, by Narum, and she'll get off the mound here.
As that'll go 6-3 to retire the side, but in this inning there were 3 errors across, and the West takes full advantage with 5 runs, as they just had 2 hits, 3 errors, and they leave a runner on base. We played 4.5 complete, 3.5 complete on our Thunder Seat scoreboard. It's 8-2 West All-Stars on YourLiveEvent.com.
Let's get real. Get ready for a place that's big enough to grow and small enough to care. The University of Minnesota Crookston offers more than 35 majors, minors, and certificates. Earn a University of Minnesota degree, where you can make a difference in a close-knit community. Faculty become friends, and friends feel like family. You don't need a big city, just big dreams. The University of Minnesota Crookston. Real, hands-on, and will get you ready for anything.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us, and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at RDK Enterprises, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
Bottom of the 4th inning here. It's the West All-Stars 8, the East All-Stars 2. Let's go down to Josh Boyko, who's standing by with another All-Star. This from the western half of the state. Take it away, Josh.
Yeah, I've got Megan Weisbeck here with me. And Megan, what are some enjoyable moments you've had from this All-Star performance from everyone so far?
It's just been really fun getting to play with girls that I haven't played with before and that I have, and seeing them again. And we're all just so nice to each other, and it's just been so welcoming and fun.
And what has it been like getting to know these opponents that you've been playing against, and even maybe some teammates you've been with for a while?
It's been awesome. Everyone is so nice, and it's just been so fun to play.
And what have been some of the things you've been doing to bond with each other in this short time?
Just talking about our regular seasons and all of our fun memories that we had. And yeah.
Talk to me about some of those fun memories that you have had in the regular season and at Bismarck Legacy, right?
Yes. Last year we made it to state for the first time, so that was really fun and happy for our team.
And what was it like getting to state for that first time? What were some of the stuff along the way that the bumps, the bruises, or the accomplishments that you had to get to state?
Yeah, it was a hard road, and we knew we wanted to do it for our seniors too, so we just worked hard every day and paid off.
Glad it paid off for you. And talk to us about some of the future plans you've got coming up this fall.
I'll be going to UND in the fall.
And what will you be studying there?
Communication Sciences and Disorders.
Well, we certainly have appreciated having you on here, and we have been enjoying seeing you on the field. Thank you for joining us here for this half inning.
Thank you.
Back to you, Chase.
Thank you very much, Josh. Again, you had there Megan Weisbeck with us from Bismarck Legacy. As currently right now the East All-Stars will have up to the plate. Closey, Nelson, and Narum are due up here, and Closey fisted that one off foul. Bottom of the fourth inning, a game that taking a little more time in game number 2 than what we saw in game number 1. 3 balls and 2 strikes, but kind of as expected as it's the second game in a sticky, warm summer day. As this will be a ball on the way for Closey. Pace still in the circle here for the West All-Stars, and that'll be her 5th walk against her. As now Jana Nelson steps up to the plate, but 5 runs across here in the 4th inning. The West with a run in the 2nd, 2 in the 3rd, and 5 in the 4th as they take advantage of a handful of errors in the 4th inning. Here's the pitch on the way. That'll miss for a ball, now 1-0. Jana Nelson struck out looking and struck out swinging, but she worked the count full both times up in the 1st and the 2nd inning. Runner at first is Serena Closey. Pesa looks in. This one swung on a miss with a strike. As you have 2 strikes right now on Nelson. The 0-2. That'll miss out of the zone now at 1-2. The East All-Stars took a lead right off the bat in the bottom of the 1st inning with a Narum pass ball. Came in to score, but they left the bases loaded, scored 1. Last time they were up in the bottom of the 3rd, but now with work to do, down by 6. This will miss out of the zone as well at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Then after that, it goes to Narum. Due up next here for the East All-Stars and Autumn McGough. The 2-2. That'll run up and good at bat here by Jada Nelson. Able to work the count full for the 3rd time here tonight in game number 2 of this softball series. Runner at first base is Closey. And the 3-2. That'll be strike 3 looking, and Nelson is retired. 2 strikeouts in the 1st. He had 1 in the 2nd, 1 in the 3rd, and now 1 here in the 4th. As Narum will step up to the plate. Double hit by pitch with a run scored as well so far here in game number 2. Going to be hit on the ground, and that's going to hit off the 3rd base bag, and that'll be a single on the way. Nice looking hit down the 3rd base line for a base knock. As Sparrow brings that one in, and runners we have 1st and 2nd. Well, Josh, we've seen the 2nd base bag get hit, the 3rd base bag get hit. Now we just need to see the 1st base bag get hit for a good tic-tac-toe.
Yeah, I think we could get the cycle here or something like that. Perhaps the cycle if we probably chopped one off the plate at some point. So just got first base to get yet.
As it looks like we'll have a pitching change here as Sparrow's coming on from left field. We'll take a quick break here on YourLiveEvent.com. On our Thunder Seat scoreboard, it's 8-2 West over the East All-Stars here on YourLiveEvent.com. As we come back here, going to left field is Dannenfelser now for the West All-Stars as Sparrow will come into the dugout. So still on the mound is going to be Pesa. The pitch on the way. That'll be in there for a strike to Autumn McGough. Autumn with 2 singles and a stolen base so far for the Cheyenne product. Playing left field here in this one. The 0-1 pitch upcoming here from the righty in the circle. Has to be popped up and a chance here as it'll go over the press box. Now 0-2. Closey at second base. Kyra Narum at first. The East All-Stars down by 6 here. Shading a little bit in center to right center. There's Christensen. The 0-2. That'll miss. Now 1-2 as McGough chokes up a little bit on the bat with 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And so far, the West All-Stars doing what they've done the last couple of years, and that's get on in front and stay in front. There's a chance for a double play, and they get it. Bieber to Broughton for the double play there on the soft line drive off McGough as Closey is retired at second base. 4-6 on the double play. There were no runs, a hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. 4 complete on our Thunder Seats scoreboard. It's 8-2 West with the West All-Stars coming to the plate.
Dirt turning, hearts pumping, motors roaring. It's nonstop racing action Thursday nights at the Norman County Raceway and Friday nights at the Red River Valley Speedway. Featuring the fastest drivers around. Don't miss a lap. Fuel burning, dirt turning all summer long. For more information, visit ncraceway.com and redrivervalleyspeedway.com. The action never stops. Thursday night racing at the Norman County Raceway and Friday night racing at the Red River Valley Speedway.
Dakota Heritage Bank, serving you with 10 locations across North Dakota and northwestern Minnesota, has a strong background in ag and business lending, but they can also help with auto, recreational, personal, or home loans, including home equity lines of credit. Dakota Heritage Bank is a family-owned community bank where decisions are made locally. Our friendly staff greets you with a smile, takes the time to get to know you, and can help you with your banking needs. Visit us online, dhbanknd.com. Dakota Heritage Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Let's toss it down to Josh Boyk, who has got another Hillsborough Economic Development Commission committee. That is, again, interview here on YourLiveEvent.com.
Thanks, Chase. I've got Jada Nelson here next to me in the dugout. And Jada, what have you been enjoying about All-Star Day so far?
I just love how I get to meet everybody from different teams, and you kind of get to know that everybody's just like you. During season, you're scared of everybody, but when you meet everybody, they all seem nice.
Who has been someone that you've really enjoyed getting to know from an opposing team so far?
I don't know. I think Daisy's really good at softball, and she seems like a really nice person. So.
Number 10, Caleb.
And what are some really fun experiences you've had in your softball career on the diamond in high school?
My favorite memory is probably my diving catch at state against Dickinson. Although we were losing, I think it did change the pace for a little bit for our team.
Awesome. And what are some future plans you've got for this fall coming up?
I'm moving down to Florida in 2 months to go do college there.
Florida, that's a big change right there. What's bringing you to Florida in the fall?
Mostly just the beach and the weather, just to change of pace and lifestyle.
Hey, that sounds like a great change of pace to me. And change of pace, we'll throw it back up to Chase. Thanks, Jada.
Thank you very much, Josh. Yeah, Jada Nelson says, I like the beach, I like the weather, so why not go to Eastern Florida State coming up for college? Why not? If you're going to go from high school and you had the spring that we've had the last couple years, I think the beach and some warm weather proves costly. Well, you can continue to get your education on top of it. Bachmeyer trucks a 4-pitch walk here as Avery Moore is now in the circle. You have Lucian at shortstop and Lick now behind the plate here for the East All-Stars as Taylor Christensen steps up. More from Fargo. Davies pitches from the left. Good location on the spot. Throw down, not going to be in time. Now 0-1 here with Avery Moore. So Avery Moore pitched well against West Fargo Horace in the EDC softball tournament in a loser-out contest from West Fargo High School. Here's the 0-1 offering to Christensen up in the zone now, 0-2. Moore with the complete game, 5 innings, 2 hits, 2 walks, and 7 strikeouts against the West Fargo Horace Hawks. And West Fargo Horace, 7th, 8th graders, and freshmen. They had 0 seniors, as this is the final year of having no seniors on their varsity athletic programs. This will get all the way to the backstop and allow Bachmeyer to make her way to second base. So Horace in a couple years circle them as going to be a problem in North Dakota. And also in the West in Class A, you have Minot North will be coming up here in the next couple of years with varsity programs of their own as well. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the way here to Christensen. The pitch, that'll miss out of the zone at 2-2. Christensen's reached base twice with a walk and an error and a run scored. The West All-Stars lead it by 6. Avery Moore with the 2-2 from Fargo Davies. That'll be in the zone. Lick behind the plate now at 3-2. And something that's also a little bit different at times, too. Getting used to different coaches, getting used to how you have a catcher-pitcher relationship here in an all-star game. As Moore looks in, the 3-2 offering, that'll miss out of the zone, and Christensen draws her second walk of the contest. So back-to-back walks here for Moore, as now coming up will be for the West All-Stars. Dannenfelser here from the Bismarck High Demons, part of an awfully good program last year and also this year as well, but last year with their run to the state tournament. Fouled off on 1 pitch is Caitlin for the pop out to the first baseman here in the East All-Stars in Newly at first. And now there's 1 down. As coming up to the plate will be Daisy Sparrow here from Central McLean. She's reached base twice, has a run scored so far, and a line drive out to start the 3rd inning.
I did see Sparrow actually in the bullpen along this first base line as she took an extra second to get to the plate.
So Josh foreshadowing that we might see Sparrow coming up here in the inning as, again, she came out midway through the last half inning defensively, so to get warmed up and possibly come out after Olivia Pesa has gone 4 innings of work. Josh roaming the sidelines just like a reporter should, as this is going to be a high pop-up in fair territory, and Newly does a good job on a big league pop-up for the second out. Bailey Berg will come up and dig in now from the Dickinson Midget State softball team. A single with a run scored, with a run driven in. 1 of 2 so far here for Berg. 2 down here in the top of the 5th inning. First pitch swinging, and Newly almost had a chance at this one as this goes on top of the first base dugout here at Cheyenne. Bachmeyer at second, Christensen at first. Josh, I got to ask, have you been like the ball boy down there? Have you shagged any foul balls, or have you had a couple little kids kind of grab those in front of you like we saw there?
I mean, I did get one that was behind you guys in the press box. Not on the fly, I can't say, unfortunately. Hey, I've been close to a couple diving catches, nearly jumped on top of the first base dugout for that one.
If you jump on the first base dugout, I'm giving you pizza and the Snickers bar later, Josh, if you can do that a little bit later on. Here's the 1-1 offering with 2 outs more with the pitch.
You're not you when you're hungry.
No, you're not. Now it's 1-2. Speaking of, where are we going for supper later, Josh? You're by. No, I'm kidding. All right, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Moore trying to get a punch out here and get the bats up for the East in the bottom half of the 5th. This will run in instead hit her as Bailey Berg looks to be all right as it hit her probably right where her name comes across on her back. That'll be a hit by a pitch.
I'm glad you're letting me at least choose the restaurant you're paying for me going all around these dugouts the entire day.
As Bachmeyer goes to 3rd. I'll be in your job tomorrow, but the kicker is it's just 1 game, not 2. So you have now Christensen at second, Berg at first, and nowhere to put Ellie Broughton. Broughton with a slap hit to right, coming into score is going to be Bachmeyer. Rounding 3rd is Christensen. Here's a throw, not in time. It's a 2 RBI single here for Ellie Broughton. Runs driven in 3 and 4 of the contest. It's now 10-2.
How's this for some foreshadowing? I think we might be talking to Ellie Broughton for player of the game after this one is over. She's had a lot of success at the plate today.
And Ellie Broughton heading to Valley City State University coming up in the fall for women's basketball, but I think there might be a softball coach or two saying, hey, why don't you come play some softball the way we've seen her last year with Renville County when she went to state. as she jumped off the page at shortstop. She was making play after play after play with her and Savicool in the circle. And, Josh, you can see why Renville County made it to state here the last couple of years.
Yeah, for sure. Great piece in Broughton, and she's even showing out on the All-Star team as one of the top players here.
Delayed steal. She'll come in to score 10-2 right now here for the West All-Stars. And Broughton has really utilized that right field line here twice with a single and now a triple as well. Here's the 1-1 offering to Bieber. That'll be in there for a strike at 1 and 2. The East All-Stars, 3, make that 4, 5, and 6 batters due up. But the West, they've already batted 7 players here in the top half of the 5th inning. The 1-2 pitch upcoming by Moore. Check swing. Will they appeal? No, they will not. And that'll be 2 and 2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs here, top of the 5th inning. Broughton at second base, and then at third is Berg. Avery looks in with a 2-2. Strike 3 looking, and that'll retire the side. But 2 runs do come across here for the West All-Stars. Off of 1 hit, there was no errors and 2 runners left on base. 2 walks coming to score, and we got a new score on our Thunder Seed scoreboard. It's 10-2 West on your liveevent.com.
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you want in a hometown. Business opportunities, great jobs, and a top-notch school. Shovel-ready lots for your next idea. Great jobs in manufacturing, healthcare, and agriculture. An excellent education for your kids with small class sizes and lots of school spirit. Plus easy access to I-29 and the conveniences of North Dakota's largest cities. Build your future in Hillsborough and see why there's more at 104.
R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is hiring a full-time play-by-play sports announcer and broadcast sales representative. Duties include selling advertising time for radio, digital, video streaming, and regional cable TV. Play-by-play responsibilities include live play-by-play of local sporting events for radio, video streaming, and regional cable TV broadcasts. Wage plus talent and commission pay structure with full-time benefits package offered. For more information or to apply, email apply@rjbroadcasting.com. That's apply@rjbroadcasting.com.
Bottom of the 5th inning we go. It's the East All-Stars coming to the plate with some work to do out in front of them. Olivia Dick, Katie Sinner, and Mara Lick are the due-up scheduled batters. But right now let's send it to the first base dugout with our very own Josh Boyko. Josh, take it away.
I've got Gabby Bird down here with me and a future roommate even of hers by her side here. Talk to me about that coming up this fall.
Yeah, I'm rooming with Megan Weisbeck in the fall at UND. It should be a fun time. We've known each other for a long time, so I'm looking forward to it.
And what has it been like getting to know some of the other now teammates that were former foes here today?
It's been really enjoyable. It's getting to know all these girls, especially playing against most of them my whole life. So it's been really fun getting to know a closer side of them.
And what is the high level of competition done here today? Do you think it's elevated everyone's play style?
Yeah, the competition here today has been insane. I think everyone is definitely playing their best, and it's really fun to see.
And what do you think has been the key at the plate for you guys? You guys have been putting up good numbers on the scoreboard right now. How have the bats been staying alive this game?
I think just looking for our pitch, swinging first strike is what we've been trying to do all game, and it's been working for us.
And you mentioned UND. What are you going to be studying down there?
I'm going to be studying engineering at UND.
Awesome. And you guys have been engineering a win together here so far today. We'll look forward to see what you guys have got up your sleeve the rest of the game. Thanks for joining me. Back to you, Chase.
Thank you very much, Josh. And boom, boom, there very much on the engineering part. Yeah, Gabriella Bird or Gabby Bird going to UND with Megan Weisbeck, future roommates there from Bismarck High and Bismarck Legacy. Here's the 2-1 offering to Lucian. That'll miss outside. Now 3-1.
I've been doing a lot of running down here for you, but I haven't run out of puns yet.
You're not going to run out of puns until tomorrow once we get out to Bismarck. Here's the 3-1 offering. That will come up and hit her 5 pitches as Lucian will take her free base here. And so far, Pesa continues to be in the circle. She has 6 free passes as Katie Sinner is 0 for 2 in this game, will be stepping up to the plate. Runner at first base here from the Deacons in Lucian. The pitch. Center swung on and missed. Now 0-1. Center in that first game for the East All-Stars. 1 of 4 with a single. She'll look to get a base knock here and see if the East All-Stars can do some damage on that Thunder Seat scoreboard. Little check swing. Came through the zone now at 0-2. Make sure you stay tuned to our post-game show as well. Our Artie Canner prizes feature precision play or player of the game. We'll hear from the particular player on the winning team. The 0-2 pitch. That'll miss at 1-2, and then we'll put a ball on day 1 of 2 here of the 2023 Scheels North Dakota Softball All-Star Series. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the way to center. The pitch from Pesa, that'll miss out of the zone now at 2-2. Contest that is now nearing the 120 mark here in this one. And the East All-Stars down to their final 9 outs of this game unless they can get a comeback, as that'll miss. Now works the count full at 3-2. As Christensen makes her way back out to center field here for the West All-Stars. As swung on and miss as Sinner is retired for the strikeout. That's the 6th one of the contest, and now Mara Lick will step up to the plates. Denham-Felser is standing in left field, with Tweed in right field here for the West All-Stars. Selzer behind the plate. Here's the pitch, looking to bunt, going back, throw down to first to Bachmeyer, not in time as Lucian gets back. It'll now be 1-0. So chance here for the East All-Stars here with Mara Lick. She's reached base twice, 1 on an error and 1 on a walk. This one will go right off the catcher's glove, and Selzer for a pass ball. Making her way down to second is Lucian. And now we'll have a runner in scoring position. So we'll have a 1 ball, 1 strike count upcoming here to Mara Lick. And the West All-Stars have held the East All-Stars scoreless every other inning. If you're an East All-Star fan, the odd innings have been your innings so far with the run across. But right now, it's a 1 ball, 2 strike count on the way to Mara Lick. And then Tori Richter, the on-deck batter, due up next. Olivia Pesa's done a good job scattering some walks and hits, working out of situations. 2 balls, 2 strikes. It also helps when you had your center fielder at the time in Christensen gunning down a runner to end the bottom of the 2nd inning at home in Closey. At that time, it would have been 2-1 East. Instead, the next half inning, the West scores 2 to take the lead for good so far. Is this going to be another strikeout, back-to-back Ks for Olivia Pesa, now with her 7th one in the circle? That's the thing, Josh. Sometimes you don't need to throw 100 miles an hour, if you will. If you can locate, change elevations and speeds, that's what we're seeing from Pesa so far here in the circle.
We've seen a good mix of pitches and pitch speeds and locations, which
that's
line out right there.
Frozen rope by Tori Richter. She was all on that pitch, but unfortunately hit it right to Miss Brunton. That'll retire the side here. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on base on our Thunder Seat scoreboard. We go to the 6th. It's the West All-Stars up by 8.
The Hillsborough Central Valley School Districts are proud of the borough's accomplishments from music to the classroom and on the field of play. The boroughs are proud to see pitcher Serena Closey representing the HCV School District during the Scheels Softball All-Star Series and the borough's run to the state Class B softball tournament in Minot. Congratulations to head coach Corey Erickson, his staff, and the players on a tremendous season. Everyone have a safe and fun summer from the Hillsborough Central Valley School Districts.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at bloomfieldtrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
So we go to the top of the 6th inning. Another interview brought to you in part by our friends at the Hillsborough Economic Development Commission. Join us as a state runner-up in Class B from Thompson, North Dakota. That is Olivia Dick. Josh, take it away with Olivia.
Yes, I got Olivia Dick right here next to me in the east side dugout, and We mentioned briefly that Class B state run you guys made. Talk to us about that state run you guys made.
It was really fun. We went into it unranked, and so we faced very good number 2 Renville County, and so beating them, and then the 3 seed Kindred was really fun. So just I don't know, we weren't expected to make it as far as we did, so that was pretty cool to do.
You mentioned the expectations. What was it like going on that little bit of an underdog run, coming in as an unseeded in that tournament, and then going through some of the top competition?
It was really fun. Getting to play competition like that is always really fun, and yeah, we were the underdogs, but we knew our expectations coming in was to win games, and so that was pretty cool to execute that the first 2 games.
And now you got some really good competition going on right here in this All-Star Series. And what's been the most fun part about playing at this high level of competition for a couple days?
The best part has been getting to play with a lot of people that I've played against for my whole life, and so just kind of getting to see the other side of them and being their teammate has been a really, really fun experience.
Who is someone that you've been looking forward to in this experience, to getting to be their teammate as opposed to being in the opposite dugout?
I'd say Tori Richter and Katie Center. We've kind of been battling for the past couple years against each other, and so this is getting to talk to them and just be on their team has been really fun.
That's great. And then how about some plans this fall, college sports or otherwise studying?
I'm going to UND this fall. I'm going to major in education and then play some softball there, so that should be a pretty good time.
Pretty fun time indeed. We have a couple other girls on the west side going to UND as well, and thank you for joining us here this half inning. We'll send it back up to Chase. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much, Josh. Yeah, Olivia Dick heading to UND to play collegiate softball coming up here in the fall. And as she mentioned, hey, if you're an unseeded team going to state, you can wreak some havoc. And they nearly picked off the 1, 2, and 3. They beat the 3, they beat the 2, but the Beulah Miners were just too much in that championship game. As a fly out of Pesa after working the count full, it's now 0-1 here to Berkeley Seltzer. Love the bat by Seltzer, by the way. That is, looks like a 4th of July firework on her hip right there, as it's now going to be 1-1. Speaking of the 4th of July, that's coming up in less than a month now. And then high school football starts on August the 18th in the state of North Dakota for the first football weekend, as this will miss for a bowl at 2-1. Berkeley Seltzer so far today in this contest, 0 for 3 reach base with a fielder's choice back in the second inning. Here's the 2-1 pitch. This will be fouled up the third base line, now 2-2. Top of the 6th inning here on our Thunder Seeds scoreboard. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out upcoming. Avery Morris so far in the circle has pitched an inning and a third. Scattered a couple of hits across. Here's the 2-2. This is popped up, and Katie Sinner doesn't have to move too much there at third for the out, and there's 2 up and 2 down. Now coming up to the plate here for the West All-Stars is Miss Bachmeyer. Kaylin will be digging in, as she's 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored here today. The West All-Stars, winners of 7 consecutive here in this series, looking to make it 8 straight if they can hold off the East All-Stars late. We saw the East All-Stars put a little rally together in the 7th in the first game. 2 runs, 3 hits, 2 runners left on. They will need to have that and some here in the 6th and the 7th. Here's the 0-1 offering for Moore. Good location, swung on and missed, now 0-2. Old lefty here, whether it's in baseball or softball, sometimes just seeing it in a different location or a spot, as Avery Moore looking for a 3-up, 3-down inning. The 0-2 offering, and this one will be foul back, and we'll keep it at 0-2. Going back to some of the state softball tournaments on the B side, Beulah over Thompson 5-3, Kindred Richland over Mayport CG for third, 11-5. 5th place went to Renville County over Hillsborough Central Valley 6-2. This one is in the dirt now, 1-2 in 7th place to Lax Burlington over Central McLean. So the East, 3 of the 4 teams are from the East and B, but on the A side, 3 of the 4 teams were from the West out in the WDA, with Dickinson and Minot in the championship, and Red River defeating Century for third, 5-2. Here's the 1-2 offering. Foul back again, and good battle here with Bachmeyer behind the count at 0-2, fouling a couple of pitches off. And the West Fargo Cheyenne Mustangs defeated the Jamestown Blue Jays 7-6 at the State A softball tournament on the campus of North Dakota State University. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Moore looking for a punch out. Instead, this one will be in the dirt now at 2-2. Moore was able to get out of the 5th inning with a strikeout looking of Bieber. As the 2-2 pitch upcoming here with Avery Moore now to Bachmeyer. Fouled again, and this bat just keeps on moving here in the top of the 6th inning. Tomorrow coverage gets underway for a 2-parter at 4 o'clock with the skills competition. Then at 6 o'clock will be the 3rd and final game of the softball series. As this misses for a ball, now 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes on the way. As Bachmeyer has worked the count full after falling behind 0-2. The pitch going to be hit to center, playable for Nelson, and it goes over ahead. Rounding first, on her way to second, it's going to be Bachmeyer as she's going to slide in before the tag is applied by Tori Richter for a 2-out double. Hit to straightaway center. Nelson took a step to her right, and by the time she maybe was trying to go through and look up through the clouds a little bit, play a little bit of sun, and it kind of hopped on her a little bit more, Josh, down there, as that was a good hit by Bachmeyer and really good at bat.
Yeah, that was a fantastic at bat, really good at bat there, and sent that one about the farthest we've seen on a ball hit today, out to that 205 in straightaway center field, and Nelson had to back up to catch that one. We got to pop up to third to close the inning.
Yeah, Christensen is retired here as that goes to center on the pop out, and that'll retire the side. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. We played 5.5 complete on our Thunder Seat scoreboard. It's the West All-Stars up 10-2.
Honesty, loyalty, integrity. At Bank North, we've remained true to these values for generations. They shape the way we do business, work with customers, and support our communities. We've been here for more than a century, helping people grow farms and businesses, finance homes, and pursue their dreams. It's values-based banking, and it's all about working together to strengthen the common threads that bind us together. Bank North, always true.
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you need on your next road trip. Food, fuel, fun, and family-friendly activities. Stop by and fill up your tank or grab a bite to eat. Have a blast at Goose River Golf Club, the swimming pool, or one of our beautiful parks. There's even ice skating and cross-country skiing. Take in the sights or stay the night so you don't miss a thing. Experience Hillsborough and see why there's more at 104.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at bloomfieldtrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
New pitcher into the game here for the West All-Stars, coming in from left field, eventually from left field. That is Miss Sparrow. Now she's going to be in the circle here for the West All-Stars. Daisy Sparrow from Mercer Central McLean, the Cougars, as she is going to Bismarck State College for softball. Going to be a communication in coming up. Going to left field will be Pesa Christensen is in center, Tweed still in right, Bachmeyer at first, Bieber at second, Broughton at short, and then you're going to have at third base here, looks to be Berg, and it is. Pitch upcoming on the way to the East All-Stars with Newley. I'll miss for a ball, as Newley so far is 0 for 2 today with a pop-out and a grounder. 8-9-1 batters. This is going to be hit on the ground. Fielded right off the bat by Sparrow as she comes in. Second pitch has to field her position. 1-3 to retire the leadoff batter here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
That's the phrase showing up. The ball will find you. Once you change position, that ball is coming at you, and it did right there to Sparrow. She handled that very easily.
And again, as we mentioned before, good-looking crowd, and thanks again to Coach Woodbury for coming out here earlier for the West Fargo Cheyenne Mustangs, and got here a little after the noon hour, able to start getting this field ready to go for this doubleheader. The pitch on the way to Closey will run in, miss for a ball. As our field that we go to tomorrow in Bismarck is the all-turf field. And you're starting to see those make their way through, not just using the football field because it's April and it's snow on the ground, but starting to see that a little bit more and more as well in the North Dakota across the state, as we had both the state tournaments played on turf at NDSU and also South Hill Complex in Minot. As this will be a 4-pitch walk on the way to Closey. Well, Serena Closey 3 times on, 3 times she's been able to walk. As now the East All-Stars will be coming up to the plate. That's going to be Grace Undum in for her teammate from Valley City in Nelson. As Undum will dig in here. First pitch swinging. This will be hit on the ground. Bieber going to tag one. A chance for a double play. Not in time. Undum reaches on a fielder's choice, but a really nice play there, Josh, by Bieber to kind of look over for a second to see if Bronton was there, but said, you know what, if the runner's coming near me, I'll make the tag, and nearly got the double play.
Yeah, you said it nearly got the double play because she expedited that out. Instead of going to second base, just able to tag the runner Closey in between the baseline right there and nearly pull off the double play at first base.
As you have Miss Moore stepping up, Avery here for the East All-Stars with a Fargo Davies. This one swung on and missed. Now it's going to be 1-1. So runner at first base is Nelson, 2 down here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Sparrow looking for a tidy bottom of the 6th. The 1-1. Off speed, that'll miss. Now 2-1. If you miss any of our coverage from earlier throughout the day, again, you can watch it on demand on yourliveevent.com. The 2-1 pitch is going to be hit in the air to left center field. Pesa goes back, and oh, what a catch in left center! Pesa with a snow cone catch to retire the side here in the bottom of the 6th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on base, and that could very well be our Arctic Enterprises feature precision play of the game right there, flashing the leather in left. This Pesa 6 complete on our Thunder Seat scoreboard. It's 10-2 West on yourliveevent.com.
Take your softball or baseball skills to the next level with personalized instruction from the professional staff at the Ball Yard. Their mission is to provide area players, young and old, the opportunity to improve their skills in a professional level facility and to provide a high level of instruction to youth players to help them achieve their goals at the Ball Yard. Come and visit the one place in the Fargo-Moorhead area where it's always summer. For more information, go online to fmballyard.com. That's fmballyard.com.
As we come back now, let's get to our Bank North in-game update. Bank North brought to you in part by iBank North, member FDIC, and proud supporter of their communities. Well, the line score right now for the West All-Stars, 10 runs, 9 hits, only 1 error. For the East, 2 runs on 4 hits. They've committed 5 errors. Olivia Pesa, 5 innings of work, 7 strikeouts, 6 walks, 4 hits. Sparrow now with an inning of work as well. Narum with 4 innings of work, 7 hits against, 8 runs. Not all of them were earned. 3 walks and a strikeout. More now 2 innings of work, 3 hits, a couple of runs, 3 walks, and a strikeout. That is our Bank North in-game update. Go to ibanknorth.com. It's values-based banking without ever slowing down. A member FDIC and proud supporter of their communities. To the 7th inning we go as the West All-Stars coming up to the plate here, as they will be sending up here in Caitlin Dannenfelser from the Bismarck High Demons. She'll be going to study medicine at North Dakota State College of Science coming up here in the fall and play collegiately as well for the Wildcats. This one foul back. It's now 1-1.
We got some activity in the West bullpen. It's Delaney Tweed starting to warm up for the West.
So we'll see if Tweed will come on here in the 7th inning to finish things off for the West All-Stars. As this one is going to come back That'll be 2-1. For some of these players, you just went through Thursday, Friday, Saturday pitching. As an example, for Hillsborough Central Valley, Serena Closey, she threw well over 200-plus pitches in a state tournament. Then you are back in the circle here, ready to go on Monday, and might even see some action tomorrow as well in another contest, as this one is in there for a strike at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out here in the top of the 7th inning. To the leadoff batter here with Caitlin, and the 2-2 offering by Miss Moore. This one will run up and in. Now it's 3-2. As the 3-2 pitch by Moore as she looks in with Lick behind the plate. Moore rocks and delivers. The 3-2 pitch is going to be hit on the ground, and that's a base knock here for Caitlin as she's on base for her 3rd time of this contest. Moore gives up a base knock, and now it's Daisy Sparrow at the plate.
Now batting number 8, Daisy Sparrow.
One thing I love about an all-star game, too, you just see different coloring. You see an all gold helmet, blue top, and then you have the orange high socks here. Part of her Mercer Central McLean Cougars. As this one will be in there for a strike now, 0-1 to Daisy. Sparrow came on, 1 inning of work, 4 batters against, just 1 walk. The top half of the 6th. Here's the 0-1 pitch. This is going to be hit down the third baseline foul at 0-2. Josh, what's impressed you most so far today about these West All-Star hitters that we've seen? Again, 5 runs in the first game on 10 hits so far here, 10 runs on 10 hits in the second.
It's got to be their balanced attack at the plate and their ability to make contact consistently. We haven't seen as many strikeouts on the west side. Have not seen them overwhelmed by any of the pitchers from the east, despite the east pitchers getting the ball over the plate.
1 ball, 2 strikes on the way with the runner at first base here for the West All-Stars. And Dennenfelser here. Here's the 1-2. That'll be out of the zone by Moore, now 2-2. And the West All-Stars really put the game away, if you will, in the 4th inning with 5 runs across, 8-2 after 4, and added 2 more on since then. This one foul back, and we'll keep it at 2-2. Make sure you patronize all of our sponsors for allowing us to be here. Without them, we would not be bringing you the 2023 Scheels Softball All-Star Series here on YourLiveEvent.com from Fargo to Bismarck today and tomorrow. Here's the 2-2 pitch. That one will run in, make the count full at 3-2. So back-to-back batters now that we've seen a full count here from the West. Caitlin trying to follow up what Daisy did and get on base some way, somehow, whether it's a single or a walk. The 3-2 offering going to be hit in the air, right at the first baseman here in Newly, 4-1 down. Now it's going to be Miss Bird coming up to the plate.
Now batting number 1, Gabby Bird.
Bird from Bismarck Century, so far with a walk and a run scored here in this one, as she will come on with 1 down, and then it's Miss Broughton on the on-deck circle, who has yet to record an out at the plate here for the West All-Stars. Gabriella, or Gabby for short here, attending the University of North Dakota, majoring in engineering, as we heard earlier with Josh Boyko's interview with Miss Bird for the Bismarck Century Patriots team that made it to state this season. This will miss outside for a ball at 1-0. But if there's something to take away from the all-star players that we've heard of, it's keep the cornhole tournament, and that is a developing theme the last couple of years.
I mean, everyone is probably in their cornhole prime right now with grad parties going on. It was grad party season last month, and, I mean, that's about the state's official sport of grad parties right there, that and spike ball.
2 balls, no strikes, on the way with 1 out, the pitch. That'll miss outside. Which one do you like better? You mentioned spike ball, Josh. Are you a spike ball fan, or are you a cornhole or bags fan?
I got to be spike ball all the way.
I'm more of a, bags. It's more relaxing. I don't have to work as much. More lazy.
Pretty sure I saw spike ball on the list of other activities for some of these athletes. They must have been getting into it at grad party season for sure.
As this one will be in there for a strike at 3-1. What can Avery Moore deliver here with one down? Trying to keep something on the ground and see if Bird can spike it somewhere, but that one instead will be up in the zone now, 3-2. So 3-2 is a broken record here in the top of the 7th inning. One down, and Moore has had to work here in the 7th. Avery looks in the pitch. Foul. That goes right off our home plate umpire. Looks to be all right. We'll keep it at 3-2.
I didn't see him flinch.
I did not see him flinch either. He checks his mask, and he's ready to go. He knows that we're in the 7th inning. He understands the situation. As you have Bird looking down to the head coach here for the Beulah Miners again, the West All-Stars, and Kyle Christensen, giving some words of instruction, also letting our home plate umpire just collect himself and catch his breath one more time after that foul one comes off right off the mask. 2:05 around the horn here from right center to left at West Fargo Cheyenne. Have yet to see one leave the park. The 3-2 pitch, foul back to the netting, and we'll do it again. Seen a couple of hits become close, particularly down that left-hand side, and we've got everything from a crosswind to a wind blowing out to now there is no wind and almost a pitcher-perfect night here in the West Fargo area. The 3-2 offering as Moore looks in with a lick behind the plate, and that one will miss for a ball. Really good at bat on the way by Bird. Runners will be at first and second now with, well, Ellie Broughton, who's been a problem here in game number 2 if you're an East All-Star fan.
Yeah, this is just an encore right here, essentially, for Broughton, and you were I think you're trying to foreshadow something with this 2:05 around the horn business here.
First pitch swinging, Broughton hits one to the first baseman, and that's the first time the East All-Stars get Broughton out. Here's it's a grounder to Newley, 3 unassisted. Before then, she's had 3 runs scored, 3 hits, 4 runs driven in, and now she's going to be 3 for 4 from the plate, but still a really good appearance so far for Broughton, as now it's going to be Bieber.
Yeah, she was just trying to complete what we were talking about earlier, trying to hit every base.
This will be swung on and missed, now 0-1. So one thing the West All-Stars are missing as a team is the team cycle here in this one. They have everything else, just looking for that one hit out of the park. Bieber also heading to North Dakota State College of Science coming up in Wahpeton in the fall. Going to study precision ag down at NDSCS. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here to the second baseman from Beulah for the West. Moore, 2 down with runners at second and third. The pitch on a miss outside at 1-2. Denenfelser stands at third base while Bird stands at second. The 1-2 pitch upcoming. Going to be foul back, and we'll keep it at 1-2. The East All-Stars, 3, 4, and 5 batters coming up in the bottom of the 7th inning. We were tied at 1 apiece after 2. Then the West scores 2 runs in the 3rd. The East was able to play a run back to make it 3-2, and then 4 runs, make that 5 runs in the 4th. Is this going to be hit in the air? That's to right center field, and Closey comes on to retire the side for a base for an out. So no hits across for the West All-Stars in terms of extra hit variety there in the 7th. No runs on a hit, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. Moore has now pitched 3 innings in the circle for the East All-Stars. The East down to their final 3 outs next on your liveevent.com.
Do you want that new boat? Are you building onto your home? Maybe you want the new camper or ATV. Dakota Heritage Bank can help you. This is Dustin Nagel, president at Dakota Heritage Bank Hillsborough location. You can visit with me or our other loan officers to help with loans and lines of credit from Dakota Heritage Bank. We are serving you with locations in North Dakota and Northwest Minnesota. Dakota Heritage Bank offers financial services you expect with a local perspective. dhbanknd.com. Dakota Heritage Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
My name is Jared, born and raised in Minnesota, and I'm a project director at Enbridge. Enbridge is more than a pipeline company. It's a company participating in renewable energy projects in Minnesota and abroad, and I'm really proud to be working here.
We believe a cleaner energy future is achievable. For over 20 years, we've been early adopters of renewable energy, and we're proudly committed to net zero emissions by 2050. To hear more from Jared, visit enbridge.com/Jared. That's JERRID.
As we come back here, Sparrow back on for her second inning of work. You have at third base now is going to be Bieber. Broughton stands at second base. Christensen goes to first. And we'll have a different first baseman, as it looks like it's Weisbeck now at first base. As you're going to have Bachmeyer make her way to right field. Bird goes to center, and then Pesa is in left. Here's the pitch on the way. Getting out of the way, trying to as best as she could. Here was McGough, but it'll be a hit by pitch. So the West All-Stars will see the East get their first runner on here, and now it's Miss Johnson coming up to the plate.
Number 7, Emma Johnson.
Emma Johnson for the West Fargo Packers. We'll dig in. She'll see this one miss for a ball, as it's going to be 1-0. Emma came on in a pinch hitting role in the first game of our doubleheader. Was able to get on base, score a run as well. With a run driven in as this one fouled back. It's now going to be 1-1. Still to come on our post-game show, we'll hear from our player of the game, final box score, and get you set for coverage tomorrow out in Bismarck for day number 2 of this softball series. As this gets by the catcher and Selzer, making her way to second base is going to be McGough, and the East All-Stars trying to do what they did in the first game. Get a couple of runs across in the 7th, but the problem is, compared to the first game, they were down in the 7th inning. They were down 5-0. This one, they're down by 8. 3 balls, 1 strike, no outs here. West Fargo Packer product in Emma Johnson. This one will miss for a walk, and runners will be at first and second. Down by 8, simple math, you have to bat around. Some way, somehow, you got to get through the lineup.
Number 1, Jada Nelson.
Is now digging in here for the East All-Stars will be Jada Nelson. And we'll see if Coach Christensen makes a pitching change or not. As Josh alluded to earlier, we did see a pitcher coming in for the West All-Stars warming up down that right field line, and it looks like we might possibly see that with Delaney Tweed from the Botno Stars. As she comes out in the circle right now, we'll take a quick break. We'll let you know about the defensive changes next here on YourLiveEvent.com.
Located on the beautiful Goose River in Hillsboro, the Goose River Golf Club offers both recreational and experienced golfers a great round. It's a 9-hole course open to the public, located right off exit 104 on I-29. The Goose River Golf Club in Hillsboro offers annual memberships for singles and families, also college memberships, first-time memberships, and outside 30-mile radius of Hillsboro membership available as well. Men's Day is Wednesday, Ladies' Day is Tuesday. You can learn more about getting on the Goose River Golf Club, GooseRiverGolfClub.com.
The Hillsborough Central Valley Booster Club would like to congratulate Serena Closey on being nominated to the Scheels Softball All-Star Series. And congratulations to Coach Corey Erickson and the entire HCV Burroughs softball team on their run to the State Class B softball tournament. The Hillsborough Central Valley Booster Club is made up of parents and fans and community members who work together to build team and community spirit and are proud of the Burroughs' accomplishments throughout the school year.
To the bottom of the 7th inning we go. Sparrow goes 1 inning of work. She is on the hook for the 2 runners on base with 3 walks, no strikeouts here. And is coming up now from the Botno Stars. That is Delaney Tweed, as she is going to Dakota College at Botno, studying education coming up. And for the East All-Stars, they'll send Miss Jana Nelson to the plate for the Valley City Highlanders. So runners at first and second right now with no outs, says the East looking to put up some runs across. And Nelson, first pitch, swinging, and she's going to split the gap to right. Rounding third is McGough. She comes in. Nelson's going to round third as well. The relay not going to matter as Christensen gives it to Broughton. And it's a 2 RBI double on the first pitch by Nelson. And the East All-Stars get 2 runs across.
That ball probably was the hardest hit ball that we've seen this afternoon. That had enough that it split both the outfielders to the gap into the wall. That was a really good hit from Jada Nelson right there. Good for her.
This one will be in there for a strike to Marlick. It's 0-1, and, well, they scored 2 runs in the bottom of the 7th in Game 1, so they scored 2 runs here in the bottom of the 7th of Game 2, and now it's 0-2. But the good news is if you're an East All-Star right now, there's still nobody out. Bad news, again, you're still down by 6 runs right now. Marlick with a walk back in the first, reached base on an error in the 3rd. The 0-2 pitch will be out of the zone, then struck out her last time up in the 5th. Nelson stands at second base. Then Tori Richter, who aligned a smash to Broughton to end the 5th inning, is due up next. This one out of the zone at 2-2, and that'll go all the way to the backstop. So going to third base will be Jada Nelson. Marlick, from West Fargo Packer product here. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch is going to be hit in the air. That's going to go to right center field and split the gap again. Rounding first, on her way to second base is Lick, and it's back-to-back doubles by the East All-Stars. And don't look now, they're trailing it by 5. Nelson comes in to score. It's a run driven in here for Lick as well, and another double on the way.
Yeah, not trying to do too much right there, not trying to pull the ball out. Good opposite field gap hit, and that sneaks through.
It was right on the wickets of Broughton here, going in, and that's going to be in there, no problem, as this one's going to roll all the way and allow the runner in Richter to get to second base. So that one just went right underneath Broughton's glove, and now you have runners at second and third. Lick will get to third base. Richter on a hustle play will get all the way to second base on the air. Oh, don't look now. The East All-Stars, you say, okay, get 1 or 2 more runners on here. Get the tie and run to the plate, as this is going to be a fly ball to right field by Newley, going back. And, oh, what a play! A superwoman play out in right field, but it's going to be a sacrifice fly. Richter, can she score from second? Yes. It's a 2-run sacrifice fly on the play.
You don't see that every day.
Bachmeyer laid out in right field. She got the out, but Richter with a very heady play there, Josh, to say, hey, you know what? I'm going to tag no matter what. And then because she had to go all the way down to the ground in Bachmeyer and Richter's wheels, it allowed her to come home to score. So there's 1 down, but 2 runs come across.
Yeah, good play out there in right field. But, yeah, like you said, going to the ground allowed the speedy Richter. Not even a slight hesitation. Got sent around third immediately, and close play at the plate, but a nice slide has her in safely. And it's a 3-run ball game. 5 runs already in, and only 1 out recorded by the West in this 7th inning. Things are tightening up, Chase.
And Kyle Christensen right now coming out here, seeing if we're going to get a new pitcher, as we might see the Minot High product, who finished or started the game back in game number 1 in Galloway, possibly come out to try to close this game off here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And we will. We'll see that coming up next here on YourLiveEvent.com.
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you want in a hometown. Business opportunities, great jobs, and a top-notch school. Shovel-ready lots for your next idea. Great jobs in manufacturing, healthcare, and agriculture. An excellent education for your kids with small class sizes and lots of school spirit. Plus easy access to I-29 and the conveniences of North Dakota's largest cities. Build your future in Hillsborough and see why there's more at 104.
So Tweed from Botno here will go a third of an inning, give up 2 doubles, 3 runs, sacrifice fly, but all of a sudden you look up and you say the tying run is on the, not on deck, but in the hole, and we mentioned the East would have to bat around. Well, this is batter number 7 coming up to the plate. Kirsten Galloway trying to close this thing up for the West All-Stars. In the game 1, she went 5 innings, 1 hit, 4 walks, and 8 strikeouts. Can she add on to it here with 2 more outs, or can the East All-Stars finish off the rally here potentially? But going back to that play in right field by Bachmeyer, that is a large out right now. Even though 2 runs came in, instead of the tying run, Josh, being on the on-deck circle, it's in the hole right now.
Yeah, despite giving up 2 runs on that sac fly, you had 8 runs. as insurance policy coming into this happening. So you'll trade outs for runs, and you still can technically trade in a couple outs for runs here in the bottom of the 7th with a 3-run lead. And now you're bringing in Kirsten Galloway to slam the door shut.
No balls, 2 strikes on the way to Closey here, who's walked all 3 times she's been at the plate. Galloway looking for a strikeout. The 0-2, foul back by Closey again, and now we'll keep it at 0-2. So the East All-Stars with Closey, then it goes back to the top of the lineup here with Undum. And then from there, we'll see what the East All-Stars have up their sleeve. The 0-2, off speed. I'll make it 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Multiple walks from Closey this afternoon, but she's going to have to work a bit to get back to first base on balls.
Here's the 1-2 offering to Closey. This is going to be hit right up the middle, and it splits the pitcher in Galloway as she almost hit it with her left heel. Instead, it's a 1-out single by Closey, and she reaches base for her 4th time here of the evening. Undum steps up to the plate, and going back to the East All-Stars the last couple of years, the most runs that they have scored since 2019 has been 8. They did it twice in 2001 and in 2022, and they're on the verge of trying to do that here, as this will be a ball to Undum. So a tying run in the on-deck circle. How can the East All-Stars bring the tying run to the plate like they did in game number 1 in the 7th inning? Here's the 0-1 pitch from Galloway. This one will run up and in now, 2-0.
And Chase, how much of a benefit do you think it is already having seen Galloway last game? She pitched a phenomenal game, but is there an adjustment that they've made in the 7th here now that they're seeing her again?
Well, they say hitting's contagious, and it doesn't matter who's on the mound. And if you're Galloway, too, you're maybe a little cold coming into this game instead of, being a starter, Josh, from game number 1 where she looked right in rhythm, as now it's 3-0 here to Undum. We'll see if she gets the green light on 3-0 or takes all the way. Well, she was going to take all the way, and she takes a walk. And the tying run comes up to the plate here for the East All-Stars. And, well, he's the 9th batter to the plate to try to bat around here as it's Miss Moore. Moore flew out to left fielder Pesa, who made a really good catch to end the 6th inning. There's been 2 large outs by outfielders here for the West. But now all of a sudden the East has a chance to tie this puppy up, and there's a ball. 5 straight balls thrown on the way here for Galloway, and it's now 1-0. Closey stands at second. Nelson, stands at first. The 1-0 pitch. That'll get all the way to the backstop. Runners will move up to second and third, and that's big. But the particular batter that right now the West is all too worried about is the one that's at the plate. That's the tying run here with Moore. Closey to third, Undum to second. 2 balls, no strikes on the way to Moore. A 2-0 pitch. That'll miss in the dirt, blocked enough by Selzer to keep the runners where they are, now 3-0. Josh, what's just different out there by Galloway from what we saw in game number 1, as she was hitting her spots, but right now just can't find the zone, it looks like, here with these 2 batters.
Yeah, the control a little bit out of whack now as she's been missing low as she gets back in the zone there with a good fast pitch there. And we talked on that postgame a little bit about the amount of pitches that she's thrown recently and maybe a little bit of fatigue. Not as huge in softball as it is in baseball, but a lot of pitches thrown by Galloway.
Here's the 3-1 pitch on the way to Moore, and this is going to be hit in the air. That's to center. Bird trying to chase it down, and does. She makes the catch right in front of the 205 sign in center field. It's a sacrifice fly. It's a productive out by Moore. The game-tying run still stands at the plate, but now that's the 3rd out in the 6th and the 7th innings from left, right, and center that have been really nice plays in the outfield for the West here, Josh.
That was huge in center field. Nearly a game-tying home run. We haven't seen one all day. Just comes up a couple feet short. A fantastic play out there by Bergen in center field. The run scores, but the West doesn't care at this point. They just got to take care of business at the plate.
First pitch swinging, McGough is going to foul this one off. It's now 0-1. She started this inning with a hit-by pitch and came in to score. She's reached base 3 times. Can she make it 4 is the question. Runner at third is Undum, but again, a really nice play by Bird to be right in front of center field there, understand the situation and about the room she had, because she took another step and hit the wall out there in center. It hung up just enough by the hit there by Moore. The 0-1 offering. This will get all the way to the backstop, but staying put, and rightfully so, is Undham. You don't want the third out in this situation to be at home with two down.
No, especially with you're down 2 right now, so that run at third needs to come home, but the run at the plate is the one that is so important right now.
The 1-1 will run in. Well, this again to Josh's point, if you're going to run or not, they're going to stay it the entire way. And McGough kind of looks down and kind of jokingly goes, why aren't you going to run? Come on in. Let's get to 10-9. But to Josh's point,
yeah.
Also, you were close on almost getting a hit by pitch and getting on first base here. As Johnson from West Fargo is the on-deck circle. She would love a chance. The 2-1 pitch. Now it's 3-1. So batter number 10 of the inning so far here for the East All-Stars. Unless it's a 2-run homer, they need to make sure they get to Johnson in some way, somehow, with a base knock or even a walk. The 3-1 pitch out of the zone, and that's going to be another walk here for the East All-Stars. Runners at the corners, and now not the tying run, but the game-winning run comes up to the plate. So for the East All-Stars here, you have Johnson stepping up already with a walk here today. Runners at the corners. McGough will go to second base here, and they'll get the tying run to second base. Swung on a miss by Johnson. So now a single ties this puppy up.
Yeah, she might have been trying to end it with that swing. I see the facial expression on her face. She knows she got a pitch right there.
No balls, 1 strike. Johnson does have power. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed, now 0-2. Also a note, if she hits it into right, you just have Bachmeyer in right center, and that's it, as they are shading her to hit it the opposite field. If she hits it to right center or right down the right field line, we are tied no matter what. The 0-2 pitch on the way by Galloway. Good eye on the way by Johnson to leave that one, now 1-2.
That's interesting, shading to the opposite field side, not the pull side, especially on a left-handed hitter like Johnson that hits for power.
Galloway looking to finish this one with the 1-2 pitch, and she does, and that'll finish it off here. 6 runs, however, by the East All-Stars as they nearly make the comeback as we are nearing the 9 o'clock hour. In a game that goes 1 hour, make it 2 hours and 9 minutes here from West Fargo Sheyenne. 10 runs across on 10 hits. There were 2 errors for the West. For the East, they get 8 runs across on 6 hits, a couple of errors as well, as the East and the West play a thriller here from West Fargo Sheyenne late, as it looked like the West would win this no problem, but instead they're able to fend off and get 6 runs across, as they had a couple of doubles, a single as well. On a couple of hits, there was an error, and there was 2 runners left on base. We'll take a quick break. When we come back after this, we'll hear from Miss Ellie Broughton coming up around the corner from the West All-Stars once they're done with their team meeting. Also from there, we'll get a recap on game number 1 and game number 2, as it was a sensational game here in this one, as the East All-Stars got close in game 1 and game 2, but just ran out of outs. But 3 really great plays by Payson in left, by Bachmeyer in right, and by Bird in center to save not just the game, but also 3 difficult plays to get some outs. That does it here in this one. We're back after this with our post-game show here on YourLiveEvent.com.
Dirt turning, hearts pumping, motors roaring. It's nonstop racing action Thursday nights at the Norman County Raceway and Friday nights at the Red River Valley Speedway. Featuring the fastest drivers around. Don't miss a lap. Fuel burning, dirt turning all summer long. For more information, visit ncraceway.com and redrivervalleyspeedway.com. The action never stops. Thursday night racing at the Norman County Raceway and Friday night racing at the Red River Valley Speedway.
Keep your job site stocked with reliable service from Prairie Supply Inc., the contractor's headquarters. Our team specializes in everything concrete. That means hand tools and equipment, rebar of all shapes and sizes, concrete forming packages and ICFs, decorative concrete materials like color, stain, sealers, and coatings. And let's not forget our impressive fleet of winter construction equipment to keep the concrete flowing all year round. If you've got concrete questions, we've got concrete answers at Prairie Supply Inc., the contractor's headquarters.
R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is hiring a full-time play-by-play sports announcer and broadcast sales representative. Duties include selling advertising time for radio, digital, video streaming, and regional cable TV. Play-by-play responsibilities include live play-by-play of local sporting events for radio, video streaming, and regional cable TV broadcasts. Wage plus talent and commission pay structure with full-time benefits package offered. For more information or to apply, email apply@rjbroadcasting.com. That's apply@rjbroadcasting.com.
This is Chris from RDK Enterprises, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at RDK Enterprises, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
Join us now as our player of the game, brought to you in part by RDK Enterprises. That is Ellie Broughton, as she joins us now in this contest. And Ellie from Renville County softball team. Ellie, congratulations on the win, number one. Number two, able to take 2 wins here today. Something about that 7th inning just seems ominous here in West Fargo, but able to hang on and win. Let's first and foremost talk about the hitting. A walk, a triple, a single, 2 stolen bases as well. 3 runs scored, 4 RBI. What was working for you here, Ellie?
I don't know. I think I was just here knowing that we were all having fun, and I went through the season batting pretty well, and I knew that I was here for a reason, and I wanted to carry that through.
Talk about the plays from some of your teammates here. Payson left to end the 6th inning. Bachmeyer to get that really nice play in right. I know 2 runs come in, but that's a large out. And then obviously Bird, same thing in center before the wall. What's that like playing with some athletes who can track the ball down in the outfield?
Yeah, no, you said it. They're all athletes. I mean, that's what this is all about. You have a bunch of seniors that are really good softball players, really good athletes, and being able to play with all of them, especially if I've never seen them before, is so fun, and it's such a fun experience all around.
Take us through the last couple of weeks. You got graduation, you got open house, you're able to go to Minot to play in a state tournament, win a couple of games there, then you bust your butt down here 48 hours later, and then you're going to Bismarck yet. What's the last couple of weeks been like for you, Ellie?
It's been very busy, but I wouldn't trade it for the world. It's been so fun. It's been a whirlwind all around. I mean, like you said, the state tournament and going straight here, been so fun all around.
So you're heading to Valley City State University coming up. You're going to play women's basketball. What is VCSU? What was the right fit for you there? You're a Miss Basketball finalist as well. But for you, Ellie, what did VCSU just be like the right fit for you?
Just the energy. It had a really big family feel, and the coaches, I love them. They're so fun to be around, make everything fun, and that's what I was looking for in a college experience, is just to have fun.
All right, final thing for you, Ellie. Day number 1 of the Scheels Softball All-Star Series. What's been your favorite part so far here for day number 1, from everything that started at noon to where we are about at 9 o'clock now at night?
Oh, boy. I don't know. Probably still carrying out the win streak of the West. I mean, that's so fun. And also just getting to meet all the girls, especially when I've never met some of them.
Yeah, as she mentioned, Ellie Broughton with now 8 wins in a row here for the West. They will look for the sweep coming up tomorrow in Bismarck. Ellie, thanks so much for your time, and we'll see you in the capital city tomorrow.
Sounds good.
That again, Ellie Broughton from Renville County. We'll take a quick break, and we'll put a bow on day number 1 of the Scheels Softball All-Star Series coming up next here on YourLiveEvent.com.
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you need on your next road trip. Food, fuel, fun, and family-friendly activities. Stop by and fill up your tank or grab a bite to eat. Have a blast at Goose River Golf Club, the swimming pool, or one of our beautiful parks. There's even ice skating and cross-country skiing. Take in the sights or stay the night so you don't miss a thing. Experience Hillsborough and see why there's more at 104.
Dakota Heritage Bank is a bank on the go and on the grow, with locations in Hunter, Hope, Galesburg, Hillsborough, Grandin, Gackle, Streeter, Judd, Harvey, Medina, and Red Lake Falls. More locations and more services. Dakota Heritage Bank offers mobile banking and online banking with bill pay, so you can bank anytime, anywhere. Stop in and visit Dakota Heritage Bank today. Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. dhbanknd.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Well, the West All-Stars continue their winning streak, but they had to hang on with 6 runs in the East. Bottom of the 7th inning, they send 11 batters to the plate and nearly came back to tie it, but also take the win as well. Your final in this one, the West All-Stars on our Thunder Seat scoreboard 10, the East All-Stars 8 here in this one. Let's get to our Arctic Enterprises feature precision plays of the game and our player of the game. We just heard from her in Ellie Broughton, but some of the plays in this one by the West, they gunned down Closey in the second from Christensen in center field, coming to home to Selzer to apply the tag. That was large. Then the 3 plays that we mentioned in the 6th and the 7th inning by the outfielders to get not 1 but 2 but 3 outs. And in those particular plays, there was runners on base. So if you don't make the play, if it's an error, a run is definitely coming in and maybe more for the East. That is our RDK Enterprises feature precision plays and player of the contest with locations in Hillsboro and Drayton, North Dakota. As you continue to get into the summer and get ready for the fall, if you need any of your fall your fall harvesting looked at or fine-tuned, make sure you go to RDK Enterprises in Hillsboro and Drayton from precision planting updates, information, questions, and more. They are there to help you. Contact them by going online to planterdoc.com. That, again, is planterdoc.com. RDK Enterprises. Ellie Broughton and the outfield plays and the gun down with Christensen to Selzer to gun down Closey to end the 2nd inning. Those are our RDK Enterprises feature precision plays of the game. Let's recap what happened in game number 1 and game number 2. Game 1, the West defeats the East 5-2 behind a Kirsten Galloway 5 innings of work, 1 hit, 4 walks, and 8 strikeouts. And then the West All-Stars put up 5 runs in the 4th inning behind Ellie Broughton with 3 runs. She hit 3 hits, reached base 4 times, and had 4 runs batted in. Olivia Pesa with 5 innings of work here in this contest. She was able to spread out 5 hits, 6 walks, and 7 strikeouts, but she got out of the 1st inning. Bases were juiced with just 1 out, and she only gave up 1 run on the pass ball that played at Narum from third base. So those are some of the recaps here in this contest. The East now has lost 8 consecutive games. The last time the East has won dating back to 2019, 11-6 win against the West. The East won the first 4. The West won 2. The East won Game 7, but since Game 7, 14 and 15 have now gone to the West. Our coverage tomorrow in Bismarck gets underway at 4 o'clock with the skills competition where they'll run the bases. We'll have hitting, we'll have fielding, the home run derby, that and more at 4. And then we'll also get to go from there to the final game of the 2023 Scheels Softball All-Star Series. What I can tell you is this: the 7th inning for the East has been great, where they put 8 runs across. It's just a matter of can they do that a little bit earlier on. But with their backs to the wall, the East have really done a nice job in this one. We'll see what can happen. Game number 1 goes to the West 5-2. Game number 2 goes to the West 10-8. Make sure you join us here on yourliveevent.com tomorrow night for game number 3 and also the skills competition as well. On behalf of the fine folks who hosted a telephone company with Brandon and Mark, thanks to those behind the scenes at R&J Broadcasting, to our fine sponsors, and on behalf of Josh Boyko and Joey Hughes, I'm Chase Miller from West Fargo Cheyenne High School. Thanks so much for tuning in. The West All-Stars pick up the wins 5-2 and 10-8 here on yourliveevent.com. Join us tomorrow from Bismarck, North Dakota.